Chapter 647. Jokes aside, Fong Ping and the others quickly walked toward the grand hall under everyone's anticipation. Before entering the hall, just as they reached the hall's entrance, the hall suddenly trembled slightly. At this moment, Yao Qingjuan's mentality fluctuated violently. What's going on? Su Haoran was shocked. Jiang Yuanhua and the others were also shocked. Even if he was a resurrected martial artist, he should not have caused the origin to tremble at the entrance before entering the hall. Li Hansong was completely dumbfounded. Did I guess wrongly? We are the same group of people. Old Yao had not even entered the door, and he actually caused such a huge reaction. At this moment, the huge bronze hall trembled violently. Yao Qingjuan's mentality also began to fluctuate continuously, his face revealing a repressed expression, as if he was holding back something. To everyone's surprise, he shook his head gently and said, "It's nothing, it's just." Yao Qingjun hesitated again and again, but did not speak again. This time, Su Haoran could not help but ask hurriedly, "Vice-Chancellor, Yao sensed his own origin?" I don't think so." Yao Qingjun hesitated again, seeing that everyone in Stellar Sky City did not believe him. Seeing this, Yao Qingjun pondered for a moment, but still said softly, "I feel this hall is mine." Everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, Qin Fengqing really admired him from the bottom of his heart. F***CK. Old Yao did not reveal himself at all, but he was really amazing. They were eyeing the origin, but old Yao actually wanted to take the entire hall away. Yao Qingjun said with a serious face, "This hall might be mine, whether you believe it or not." As he said that, Yao Qingjun suddenly looked at the sealed hall's entrance, which was a pair of incomparably huge bronze doors. Yao Qingjun took a look, and suddenly the doors rumbled. In the next moment, the doors opened. Li Mo and the others were all stunned. This Hall of Myriad Origins really belongs to him? This hall can only be opened by rank 9. How did he open it? Hall of Myriad Origins belongs to Yao Qingjun. Everyone was stunned. This was even more shocking than having their origin. The Hall of Myriad Origins was just too special. Logically speaking, it was actually very difficult to preserve a martial artist's origin. At the very least, one had to be in a desperate situation to be able to preserve one's origin energy. For rank 9 martial artists below the Paragon level, even if they had comprehended the Tao of origin, their origin would dissipate when they died. For example, the Rose City Lord had retained her origin for a period of time, but that was because it had not dissipated in time. However, a special hall like the Myriad Origins Hall had done it. Not only did it preserve the 9th stage origin, but it also preserved the 7th and 8th stage life origin, which hadn't dissipated even after thousands of years. Su Haoran murmured. Back then, the elder ancestor said that even he couldn't refine this hall. It could be a relic left behind by an ancient martial artist. Jiang Yuanhua's expression was strange as he said softly, "Ancient martial artists are not martial artists from the era of sex, but martial artists from the era of ancient martial arts." The Myriad Origins Hall belongs to Yao Qingjun? At this time, Yao Qingjun was also having a headache and was at a loss. Beside him, Fong Ping's eyes flickered. Very quickly he smiled and said, "Looks like old Yao might have been everyone's leader 1,000 years ago." "Old Yao, don't tell me you didn't even preserve your own origin when you refined this thing?" At this moment, Fong Ping suddenly realized a problem. If everyone was not the same group of people, would it cause some additional trouble? At this moment, Fong Ping's eyes flickered slightly and he patted Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing was stunned for a moment. Very quickly he shook his head and said, I think I can sense my life origin. It's in the hall." Jiang Yuanhua and the others looked at Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing said with a determined expression, "Yes, I can sense my life origin aura. It doesn't seem to be the martial path of origin. In that case, I was actually not a rank 9 in my past life." Su Hauran could not help but ask. Life Origin, standing outside the Myriad Origins hall. You can't sense it, right? The halls inside are all sealed. Only when you get close to the hall and find the hall that belongs to you can you trigger some reaction from the hall. Those halls are all sealed. Forget about rank 7 or 8 martial artists resurrecting. Even a rank 9 won't be able to sense it from so far away. Actually, we haven't opened the hall before. If you're not the person, you can't enter. Instructor Chin, you didn't sense it wrong, did you? Everyone was talking at once. At this moment, all of them were at a loss. Why was it completely different from before this time? Qin Fengqing said with certainty, I really sensed it. Once we go in, we should be able to find the place. Jiang Yuanhua and the others were at a loss at this moment. For a moment, the few rank 9s were at a loss. This time, these fellows had brought them too many surprises. Also, was Qin Fengqing a martial artist resurrected? To be honest, before this, everyone felt that he did not seem like it. At this moment, Yao Qingjuan's mentality touched Fang Ping lightly. Fang Ping's eyes moved. He took a step forward without batting an eyelid. Wang Jinyang and the others also looked at him. Fang Ping took a step forward, looked at the hall door that was wide open, smiled and said, Let's go in and take a look. I can't wait. After saying that, Fang Ping took a step inside. As soon as he entered, Old Wang and the others moved extremely quickly. Entering quickly, Jiang Yuanhua and the others were just about to follow. Boom! The door was closed. Su Hauran could not hold it in. He suddenly scolded. Little bastard, open the door! Jiang Yuanhua was also stunned. He murmured, The Hall of Myriad Origins has been robbed. Liemo sighed and said, Yao Qingjun said this is his. I thought it might be robbed. The next moment, they looked at each other. Soon, Jiang Yuanhua went forward to push the door, but the door did not budge. This time Wei Yong panicked and shouted, The Hall of Myriad Origins is very important. Even if it's their own, we can't give it to them. Quick, go to Mount Imperial Sea and invite the elder ancestor. Having said that, he turned to Li Mo and shouted, Go and invite the Li family head. We don't know what they will do in the Hall of Myriad Origins. Hurry. Okay, I'll ask Big Brother to come out of seclusion immediately. Jiang Feng, go and invite the Jiang family head. All the family heads come here, quickly. Zhang Yu, go to Mount Imperial Sea and find the elder ancestor. Invite one back quickly. Inform Commander Li. Then, King Wu, do you want to? Someone asked. Wei Yong looked helpless. Jiang Yuanhua sighed and said, Invite him back too. The Hall of Myriad Origins has become Yao Qingjuan's. Should I silence him? If I can't kill him, then I have to make things clear. This matter cannot be left unsettled. Star City will never give away the Hall of Myriad Origins. There are still many resurrected martial artists who haven't sensed their origin. If the Hall of Myriad Origins is lost, he didn't want to speak anymore. Star City's investment in the resurrected martial artists all these years would all go down the drain. Not only that, even these resurrected martial artists might be lost. Inviting a wolf into the house. At this moment, Jiang Yuanhua suddenly cursed. F***ck, who the F***ck invited these brats to Star City? Su Hauran's face was ashen. He snorted and said, I invited them. Old Wei is also here. Who are you scolding? Jiang Yuanhua said angrily, These brats, wherever they go, they cause trouble. Once they see something good, they sweep it all away. What were you thinking, inviting them to Star City? Haven't you been cheated enough? 5 divine weapons were lost, and Liemo, that good-for-nothing, still had to thank him. Over at the King battlefield, Fatty was cheated and thanked him every day, but he didn't get any benefits. But you guys actually invited him to our house as a guest. Hindsight. Su Hauran flew into a rage out of humiliation and scolded, When I invited you, didn't you agree? Patriarchs, please calm down. Scram. If the Hall of Myriad Origins is really lost or the origin inside is destroyed, return the resources I invested. The patriarchs present were cursing at this moment, so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Right under their noses, these bastards had locked them out. As soon as Yao Qingjun entered, the door closed, and they couldn't even push it open. If someone said that it wasn't Yao Qingjun, they wouldn't believe it, even if they were beaten to death. The rest of the people ran in all directions, looking for the clan head, looking for the clan head, looking for the royal sea mountain. There were also people going outside, preparing to inform the two apex martial artists outside. They made a lot of noise, and the resurrected martial artists were also stunned. After a long time, someone murmured, "The Hall of Myriad Origins Master is here." The Hall of Myriad Origins was built by a powerhouse. What relationship do we have with the Hall of Myriad Origins Master? Our life origin and martial origin are stored in the Hall of Myriad Origins. At least we have absolute trust in the Hall of Myriad Origins Master. To be able to make hundreds of high ranks trust him so much. At this moment, everyone suddenly remembered what Fong Ping said just now. 1,000 years ago, old Yao might have been everyone's leader. Other than the leader, who could make everyone trust so much that they would protect the origin inside. Their origin inside was very weak now, but it might not be the same 1,000 years ago. In 1,000 years, a lot of everyone's origin had dissipated. Back then, it might have been enough for the Hall of Myriad Origins Master to comprehend their Tao of origin. For a moment, the resurrected martial artists present had complicated looks in their eyes. As for Jiang Yuanhua and the others who were jumping in rage, no one cared about it now. At the same time, Ministry of Education. Zhang Tao hung up the phone, his head splitting. He could not help but curse. This? What the hell is this? These bastards, can't they just stop? In the past, that bastard Fong Ping stirred up trouble, now even Yao Qingjun. Old Zhang was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He thought that these bastards might not be able to comprehend the origin if they went to Stellar Sky City, and these guys might not necessarily comprehend it either. Even if they could not, there were still some benefits for them to go to the Hall of Myriad Origins. Some of the origin in the Hall of Myriad Origins was overflowing. In fact, even if they did not comprehend it, it was still beneficial for high-rank powerhouses as they could comprehend some martial arts paths. At least they would know how to go. Unlike Wu Quishan, who had reached rank 8 and still had no clue. Of course, the origin that overflowed in the Hall of Myriad Origins was not much, unless one was talented. Otherwise, there would not be much gain. In any case, this was still a path. This was old Zhang's idea. In addition, Fong Ping and the others were always stirring up trouble. He thought that now that they were planning for the Forbidden Catacombs, it would be a good thing to let them go to Stellar Sky City to kill some time. Who knew they were only going now? They were going to rob the Hall of Myriad Origins right after. The next moment, Li Zhen's voice rang in Zhang Tao's ears. At this time, Li Zhen's tone was also very gloomy. Zhang Tao, these kids, you better watch over them. The Hall of Myriad Origins. Stellar Sky City will not give up. I know. Zhang Tao said angrily, did I ask them to rob it? It's hard to say. Li Zhen, what do you mean? You can't take your eyes off the good stuff. You've been eyeing the Hall of Myriad Origins. Get lost. Do I care about that bit of origin? I didn't instigate it. Zhang Tao cursed. After he was done, he said, besides, that's Stellar Sky City. There are several rank 9s there. How can they rob it? The people in Stellar Sky City didn't tell me the truth. Now that something has happened, they're looking for me. Tell me, what's going on? Li Zhen was stunned. After a moment, he coughed softly and said, when Yao Qingjun enters the Hall of Myriad Origins, say that it belongs to him. Close the door and don't let anyone else in. Zhang Tao was stunned at first, then his eyes lit up. He suddenly shouted, what's wrong with returning it to its owner? The Hall of Myriad Origins belongs to Yao Qingjun. Since it belongs to him, of course, we should return it to him. I knew you were going to say that. Li Zhen was flustered and exasperated. He said angrily, Don't even think about it. Do you really want to make the elders fall out with you? Also, the Hall of Myriad Origins belongs to Yao Qingjun. That's the real problem. You've seen the Hall of Myriad Origins. Is it something that anyone can refine? Yao Qingjun can refine it. Who is he? How would I know? You don't know. Of course not. Li Zhen was also having a headache. He said in distress, "These guys keep causing trouble." Zhang Tao, think of a way to deal with it. What are you waiting for? Let's go. At this moment, Zhang Tao had also left the office. As he flew into the air, he replied, "I can't deal with it." If you're so capable, bring them to the military department. If they don't mess things up in a month, these guys will be under your control in the future. I don't want it. What are you talking about? These high-ranked combatants have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. If you really send them to the military department, I said I don't want it. If you bring it up again, no martial arts university students should come to the military department. Take it or leave it. The expansion of the Yuan military is not a bad idea. Without martial arts university students, the military department's strength will be reduced by more than 30%. If it weren't for the fact that you like to be in the limelight and create hype, why would these people think that you're stronger than me? Are you saying that I'm creating hype? Isn't that so? Zhang Tao questioned. Have you killed a paragon before? I don't think so. You've defeated a paragon before. Haven't I? What right do you have to say that you're stronger than me? What right do you have to rank ahead of me? Martial King, Martial King. I, Zhang Tao, am known for my martial arts. Is that something you can compare to? Shut up. Who are you telling to shut up? You. Li Zhen, are you trying to spar with me? Shut up. Li Zhen, don't go overboard. I've been in a bad mood lately. Mother ****. Li Zhen cursed. Martial arts universities were full of bastards. Moreover, this trend was spread by that bastard Zhang Tao. Who are you scolding? You. Li Zhen, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're from the same clan as the subduing Heavenly King. If we really fight, I won't have a problem fighting both of you. Zhang Tao, you're the one who said that. Don't change your words when you get to Star Town. So what if I said it? The two desperation powerhouses were now cursing at each other from hundreds of miles away. Zhang Tao was extremely arrogant, but in his heart he was thinking, am I really a match for these two? As he thought about it, Zhang Tao cursed under his breath. What was there to be afraid of? The subduing Heavenly King had been guarding Mount Royal Sea and could not come out. Others could come out and rest, but he could not. If he came out, the restricted area would have one less threat. Since he could not come out, why should he be afraid of Li Zhen? The Netherworld King was stronger than the Martial King? Who said that? As for the Martial Arts Association, that old brat Li Zhen must have gone to threaten them. Otherwise, why would they be ranked like this? That brat Fang Ping kept saying that he wanted to beat up the two presidents of the Martial Arts Association. This bastard was all talk and no action. Go and beat him up. I can't do it myself. If you go and beat him up, what can they do to you? As he thought about it, he could not help but curse in a low voice. The trouble these brats caused was not over yet, but it might not be trouble. The Hall of Myriad Origins belongs to Yao Qingjun. What belongs to Yao Qingjun belongs to martial arts universities. What belongs to martial arts universities is mine. Do you think it's that easy to take away something that belongs to me, a martial king? Zhang Tao had made up his mind. Good news! Great news! He had to hurry over. He did not want that old brat Li Zhen to beat him to it and get them out. It was good as it was now. After thinking about this, Zhang Tao's speed soared. He crashed through the cracks in the void. From afar, Li Zhen saw this and cursed again. He could not hold it in anymore. How could he do this? He knew exactly what this old thing wanted to do. He was going to do something big, despicable. I'm ashamed to be associated with you. In the eyes of outsiders, the mysterious, powerful, indifferent, and callous commander Li almost vomited blood in anger. In the past, martial arts universities were good. Ever since that old thing Zhang Tao took over, there were not many good people. Let's not talk about the two paragons' curses. In the Hall of Myriad Origins, Fang Ping and the others entered quickly. Old Yao closed the door immediately. The moment the door closed, they looked at each other. Wang Jinyang said dryly, Isn't this a little inappropriate? Yao Chengjun said nothing. Fang Ping said innocently, Old Yao asked me to do it. When Yao Chengjun heard this, he glanced at him and said lightly, I'm just telling you that I can control the Hall of Myriad Origins a little. How would I know what you meant? You hate me with your mentality. I'm not Qin Fengqing, I didn't understand. Of course, I thought you were going to do something big. Qin Fengqing said innocently. What did he mean? Fine, forget it. The next moment, Qin Fengqing grinned wildly. I always thought that Fang Ping was the biggest bandit leader. I didn't expect old Yao to be so secretive. You're the one. Compared to you, Fang Ping is nothing. This guy came to Star City and is as timid as a mouse. Only you would dare to rob Star City. Yao Chengjun corrected him. This Hall of Myriad Origins is really mine. After saying that, he added, That's why I didn't rob it. Yao Chengjun corrected him again. I'm not like Fang Ping, who gets jealous when he sees something good. This is really mine. When he said that, Fang Ping remembered. He asked curiously, Old Yao, why did you refine this hall out of nowhere? How would I know? Yao Chengjun was speechless. Nonsense. You're asking me about this? Should I ask myself? God knows how many years ago. Who knows why I refined this thing? Li Hansong was still very confused. He asked curiously, This hall belongs to old Yao. Is old Yao one of the martial artists resurrected? If old Yao is, what about us? Are we the leaders of this group of people? Fang Ping said that they are related to the battle in the Imperial battleground. Could it be that there are really ruins left behind by our battle in the depths? Honestly, I'm confused now too. But one thing is for sure. We're definitely not small soldiers. Otherwise, old Yao wouldn't have refined such a hall. A few rank 9s can't even enter. I say, you guys still have the mood to discuss this now? Qin Fengqing was a little speechless. He said gloomily, Please pay attention to the situation. Every time we're in a dangerous situation, aren't you afraid that others will come in after discussing this? The most important thing now is to see if there are any benefits. Old Yao, you're the master of the hall. Those halls are still under your control. Yao Chengjun swept his gaze across the hall. He said slowly, I said I can only control a part of it. What do you mean? It means exactly what it says. I can only control the opening and closing of the door. Everyone was stunned. Then why did we lock them outside? The next moment, Li Hansong slapped Yao Chengjun. He said gloomily, Then why did we come in? I thought you could control all the halls and prepare to seize the origin. That's why I barged in. In the end, it wasn't like that. Old Yao, you said that I've been beaten silly. I think you're the one who has. Yao Chengjun's expression darkened. He said coldly, I said I only told Fang Ping that I can control a part of it. I didn't let you guys in. Fang Ping retorted, You shut up so easily. I thought that was what you were thinking. What does it have to do with me? Shut up, all of you. At this moment, Old Wang finally displayed the style of a big brother. He bellowed, interrupting everyone. These bastards. He felt that he would go crazy sooner or later after being associated with these bastards. They did not have any ulterior motives. Why did they lock them outside? That was not right. When Fang Ping signaled for him to come in, why did he run in so naturally? I was led astray. At this moment, Wang Jinyang's heart was full of sorrow. I wasn't like this in the beginning. The original me, the me 2 years ago, even if I saw something good, I would understand one thing. a gentleman would obtain wealth in a proper way. That Fong Ping guy was still an aspiring martial artist. He killed a rank, too. Did I rob him? I don't think so. Although I took the majority, I still left some for him, didn't I? But now, I was bewitched by him. I came in without thinking and even locked them outside. Wang Jinyang sighed in his heart. He comforted himself. This is old Yao's territory. It's normal for us to not let outsiders in when we're home. How can you let outsiders enter your house? They didn't even ask Star Town City to collect fees. Wang Jinyang stopped thinking about this. He looked at the pitch-black hall and said, "Let's explore it first. When we get out later, old Yao will say that he couldn't control it and the hall closed itself." Li Hansong continued, "What about the Myriad Origins Hall? Take it away? After all, it's old Yao's things. It should be returned to its rightful owner, right? If you think you can defeat 12 paragons, then you can take it away." Old Wang's expression was unfriendly. Even a fool would know that it was impossible to take it away. Star Town City valued the Myriad Origins Hall very much. This could be seen from many places. Fong Ping naturally understood this. He said loudly, "All right, let's not care about this for now. Let's explore the Myriad Origins Hall. As for the rest, we'll talk about it later. I've already informed them. I can't leave Star Town City for 3 hours, so they informed old Zhang. We've been here for a while now. Hang in there. Wait for old Zhang to come before we go out. Otherwise, if Star Town City gets greedy and kills us, we'll be finished." The so-called greedy was naturally referring to the Myriad Origins Hall. At this moment, in Fong Ping's eyes, this thing was his. No, it was old Yao's. However, was there any difference between old Yao's and his? Chapter 648. In the Hall of Myriad Origins, the main hall's doors were closed and pitch black. However, Yao Qingjun did not know how he did it, but the hall was instantly lit up. Li Hansong asked curiously, "Aren't you only able to open and close doors? You're even working part-time now." Yao Qingjun glanced at him. "This is my first time, so it's hard for me to control it instantly. After some time, I should be able to control the entire Hall of Myriad Origins." Fong Ping and the others did not pay attention to the two of them. They looked around. This was a huge hall that stretched as far as the eye could see. On both sides of the hall, there were small rooms. Even the doors of these small rooms were 4 to 5 meters high. The walls of these small rooms were like crystals. Fong Ping looked for a while and suddenly said, "This, did you guys notice?" Qin Fengqing nodded hurriedly, looking surprised. "This isn't the Hall of Myriad Origins, is it? Isn't this MCMAU Energy Cultivation Room?" Fong Ping said with a straight face, "That's right. This design, this shape. Isn't this what an energy cultivation room looks like? It's separated into individual cultivation rooms. But MCMAU's cultivation rooms are much more low-end than this." Having said that, Fong Ping slapped the wall of a room next to him. It did not budge. "Amazing!" Fong Ping exclaimed and looked at Yao Qingjun. "Is this a mentality solidification object?" He was a fully accomplished golden body. A casual slap could even deform A-grade alloy. However, this crystal-like wall did not budge at all. Yao Qingjuan's soul-splitting spear was related to mentality. "I'm not sure." Yao Qingjun shook his head. Maybe something else was added. As for whether it's the Hall of Myriad Origins or the cultivation room, I'm not sure either. MCMAU's cultivation room might be modeled after the Hall of Myriad Origins. After all, Minister Zhang and the rest should have been here before. It's not a big deal to build it according to this. The energy cultivation room's layout was very simple. It used a large number of energy crystals to build a cultivation room that isolated energy to prevent energy from leaking. There was nothing special about it. The reason they said it was similar was because the walls of these small rooms were all crystal-like, giving Fong Ping and the rest a sense of familiarity. Fong Ping rubbed his chin. You don't say. It might really be a cultivation room. Otherwise, why would you be so bored as to create something to store the origin? Unless you know that everyone is going to die, otherwise, why would you build such a huge palace just to store those things? If it was a cultivation room, it would be possible. Old Yao, take a closer look and see if there's any energy transmission system. All of them were high-ranked martial artists. They were not people who had never seen the world. The moment they saw these small rooms, they immediately connected them to the cultivation rooms. Yao Qingjuan's mentality began to seep out continuously. Fong Ping and the rest also tried it, but it was useless. It could not penetrate through it all. Yao Qingjun was the only one who didn't seem to be guarded against by this hall. The probability of it being refined by Yao Qingjun in his previous life was extremely high. Furthermore, the level of the Myriad Origin Hall was probably extremely high. Ordinary weapons, including divine armaments, should have lost their spirituality long ago if they had not been owned for a long time. The so-called spirituality referred to the activity brought about by the mental energy of the divine armament's owner. If someone else were to use the divine weapon that Fong Ping used, there would be some barriers. However, if a powerhouse erased the mark that Fong Ping left behind, then this kind of barrier would no longer exist. Old Zhang had experience with this. When a powerhouse died many years ago, the imprints left behind when they were alive would also dissipate. No one knew how many years had passed since this hall was built, but the imprint that old Yao left behind was still there. The hall was still active. This was not simple. Yao Chengjun probed for a while. After a while, he frowned slightly. There seems to be one. It's on the roof. Everyone looked up. The hall was very tall. At a glance, the hall's height was at least about 10 meters. The dome was also dazzling in the shape of a crystal, as if there was liquid flowing. It was crystal clear, too much for the eyes to take in. After staring for a while, Qin Fengqing suddenly leaped into the air and threw a punch. Bang! There was a loud bang, but the dome did not move an inch. Seeing this, Qin Fengqing did not give up. He did not attack again. Instead, he stuck close to the dome, touched it, listened, and sniffed. This look made Li Hansong click his tongue. He teased. I said he's the reincarnation of Howling Celestial Hound, but he didn't believe me. This guy has a dog's nose. He must have smelled something good. Now he wants to open the dome to see what's good. In the sky, Qin Fengqing scolded, "You're the dog's nose." This is called sensitivity and intuition. The dome should be hollow. There is indeed something inside. The flowing liquid seems to be liquefied energy. Maybe it's liquefied imperishable matter. F***CK, what a big deal. This place probably wasn't used to store origin in the past. It's more likely to be a sacred place for cultivation, just like the Lake of Eternity in the boundary zone. Above the dome might be imperishable matter like this, supplied to old Yao's disciples for cultivation. He had just finished when Wang Jinyang said lightly, "Maybe old Yao is just a craftsman." Are you sure this is old Yao's palace? Maybe he was a craftsman who specialized in forging weapons and palace utensils in the past? Qin Fengqing said disdainfully, "A craftsman who can build this kind of palace? This is at least the handiwork of a paragon. Your family uses a paragon as a craftsman?" That's hard to say. They talked for a while. Fong Ping was a little speechless. Old Wang knew how to gossip now. Ignoring them, Fong Ping shouted, "Come here. There are some written records outside these small rooms. Come and take a look." Everyone crowded around them. Fong Ping looked at them and said, "This is regular script, right? I don't recognize some of the words. You guys do it." Everyone was disdainful, including Qin Fengqing and Iron Head. Illiterate, uncultured. You don't even recognize regular script. You call yourself a celestial emperor? Isn't it embarrassing? Everyone present, even the slow-witted Tai Tu, often studied ancient books. Fong Ping's expression darkened. Mother***her. Where did I find the time to learn these messy things in the past 2 years? He did not recognize the seal script from before. These guys were not too familiar with it either. But then again, they were really more familiar with it than he was. Qin Fengqing said casually, "I won't argue with you anymore. Let me introduce you. The owner of this crystal house is called Householder Cloudy Mountain. It should be a word, but he didn't say a specific name. People of Huainan sect. This is the administrative division of the Tang dynasty, right? He lives in Cloudy Mountain. I'm not sure where Cloudy Mountain is. Maybe you can find out if you check the ancient books. He's the master of Cloudy Mountain Monastery, an illuminating god martial artist. Wait!" Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. "Illuminating god?" Li Han Song explained, "It's rank 7. Rank 7 mentality materialization. In ancient times it was also called illuminating god. It means martial arts are connected to the gods. Rank 8 was also called golden body in ancient times. Rank 9 is called true immortal. Rank 9 can turn nothingness into reality. Origin appears. That's a true god-fiend powerhouse. According to some god-fiend legends recorded in ancient books, rank 9 powerhouses are almost omnipotent." Fang Ping nodded. "I know this. I've seen it too. I've said it before. Guardian Wu and the rest are really weak. They're all fake rank 9. I don't know if those below the absolute peak are not considered true rank 9 in ancient times. The difference is really big. Everyone looked at him. You're awesome." This guy was really arrogant. He even said that Wu Chuan was a fake rank 9. Was he not afraid that Wu Chuan would find out and beat him to death? Continue. Fang Ping did not care about them. He let Qin Fengqing translate. Qin Fengqing was not in the mood to despise him. He continued, "There's nothing else. There's not much to introduce about his life. He bragged a little. He once killed an evil dragon in Huainan sect. This is probably the most illustrious achievement in his life." Fang Ping said thoughtfully he might not be bragging. "You've all seen the monsters in the catacombs. 1,000 years ago, in the land of Sino Nation, were there really no demons?" "Not necessarily. If there were, then it's normal that the other party killed a monster that looked like a dragon. He was a rank 7 martial artist after all. His combat strength would not be too weak. Right, is there anything else?" "No, that's all." Fang Ping was speechless. He said gloomily, "These old seniors really know how to save trouble. They know that they're going to do something big. Can't they leave more things behind? For example, make a hero list or something. Give a detailed introduction of their life." "Not necessarily." Wang Jinyang said softly, "You have to know that the Hall of 10,000 Origins has been in Star City for many years. It was brought by those Paragon ancestors. How do you know that there's no information left behind?" These words were imprinted on the crystal door. If the Paragon ancestors erased them, it might cause some damage. That's why they left them behind. But look at the hall now. It's empty. Could it be that it was originally like this? The end of the huge hall could not be seen at a glance. Other than some small halls on both sides and around, the rest of the place was empty. Before this, it might not have been like this. Fang Ping and the others had already seen a huge empty space about 1,000 meters in front of them. That might be the martial arts arena where these people cultivated in their spare time. Would there be no weapons left in the martial arts arena? But now that place was also empty. Practitioner Cloudy Mountain's hall was at the outermost area. It was only rank 7, so it should be the weakest. The door of the hall was not opened. This practitioner Cloudy Mountain might have completely perished, or he might be among the martial artists who resurrected outside. However, without achieving mentality-vitality unity, one could not release mentality and could not open the hall. Fang Ping paced, saying as he walked, "These people sealed off these halls. I can faintly feel the flow of life force inside. but it's very weak unless I use mentality of the same origin to guide it. Now I understand why Star City doesn't open on its own. First of all, it might not be opened by force. Second, if it is opened by force, I'm afraid these halls will be destroyed. With the strength of the Paragon ancestors, and many of them at that if they join forces, it seems to me that this hall that is not controlled by anyone will not be able to stop them. But if the strength of the Paragon ancestors were to open it by force, perhaps everything would be obliterated. Yao Qingjun nodded slightly. It should be possible to open it by force. I can feel that the energy of the seal is not too strong. Rank 9 might be able to open it by force. But if it is opened by force, the source of life and the origin of martial arts will probably dissipate completely. Star City's purpose is not to let these dissipate. Qin Fengqing interrupted. I don't care about this. What I care about is there really the aura of the origin left inside? Nothing else? For example, weapons, pills, cultivation methods, and the like. I don't think so, since it's very likely that they would die in battle. Would these people not even leave a cultivation method behind? Would they wait for it to be lost? Star City has opened up many halls, but there are no good things? Didn't Fong Ping get a lot of vitality recovery pills and the like before? Those are all treasures. Could it be that there are none in these halls? As they spoke, they had already walked to the front of the second hall. The handwriting on the door of the second hall was very blurry. Fong Ping sensed for a moment and shook his head slightly. It has been opened before. But after it was opened, the door was closed again. Yao Qingjuan's mentality was fluctuating continuously. After a while, he panted slightly and said, I can open it, but it's my first time here. I don't have enough control, so I can't open it for now. Give me some time. I can still open these halls that have been opened before again. But I'm afraid I can't open those that have not been opened before, because once I open them, the origin inside will dissipate. Qin Fengqing's eyes brightened. Then, if I give you more time, can you open them by force under the condition that the origin doesn't dissipate? If you can, then the treasures left behind by these seniors, can't you get your hands on them? It should be possible, but Yao Qingjun thought for a while and said, but if I want to preserve the origin, I still have to open them by force. I'm afraid my current mentality is not strong enough. Qin Fengqing calculated for a while and said with some regret, Then what's the use of us here? Fong Ping, change your aura and open a few doors to take a look. There might be good things inside. Fong Ping hesitated for a moment before saying, I can open rank 7 doors that have not been resurrected by anyone. The scary thing is that someone resurrected but did not manage to open them in time. If I open them, how am I going to explain it? Previously, when I was observing from the outside, I saw about 20 resurrected martial artists. There are still some who have not returned. They must have also sensed their own palace halls. If I were to open their palace halls now, wouldn't I make them break down later? If their own origin hall is opened by someone else, miscalculation! Qin Fengqing suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. He had really miscalculated this time. He should have met those resurrected martial artists and memorized their auras. Then he would find a hall that had not been opened by anyone and was not resurrected to open it. Just as Fong Ping said, if he opened the halls of these resurrected martial artists now, it would be really hard to explain. The people present knew about Fong Ping, but outsiders did not know. Some things were still clear in their hearts. Fong Ping did not hide some of his nature-defying abilities from them, but it did not mean that everyone knew. After all, Fong Ping had not reached the point of invincibility. If a paragon had the idea, Fong Ping could only wait to be used as a guinea pig. So we're just going to watch. Fong Ping rubbed his chin and smiled. Since it's old Yao's, then can we really only come once? Resurrected martial artists, we can only meet them next time. Those who have not resurrected or haven't been found are either completely dead or can't be found anymore. We agreed not to comprehend. Now, we can only open the rank 7 halls. It's not a big deal to give up for now. After saying that, Fong Ping said again, actually, it's not like we've gained nothing. Everyone, record all the information outside the door. I still have 2 territory zones tokens here. I'll go check and see if I can find the corresponding people. If I can, it means that this group of people is indeed resurrected from the land of King Battlefields. The senior I met was a rank 9 powerhouse. Old Wang, what rank was the one you met? Also rank 9. Fong Ping heard that and frowned slightly. That's a little interesting. Almost all the people I met in the land of King Battlefields were rank 9. If it's a group of people, there seems to be only 32 rank 9 here. There should be more than one land of King Battlefields, right? Forget it. Let's not care about this first. Recording all the martial artists' information will more or less yield some results. Also, go deeper. There seems to be a rank 9 hall in the depths. I've already sent some aura of the source of martial arts. Also, everyone try it. It might not be that your source of martial arts isn't there. Everyone felt that it was necessary to give it a try. Qin Fengqing looked disapproving. Fong Ping looked at him and said, "Don't be disapproving. You might be the reincarnation of a rank 7 martial artist. Look for it yourself. If it's really here, then you'll be Old Yao's servant. Iron Head, don't fight with Old Yao for subordinates in the future." Qin Fengqing's expression darkened. "Servant, whoever dares to say this next time, I'll definitely kill him. I'll remember this grudge." Moreover, even if they are, these rank 7 martial artists did not say that they were Old Yao's servants, okay? Even the weakest hermit, Cloudy Mountain, was a mountain lord, okay? Everyone continued to walk forward in the midst of the clamor. Along the way, they also saw a lot of information remnants. Sima Zhen, Sima family's head, Golden Body Powerhouse. Zhou Mingyue, Bright Moon Tower's landlord, Golden Body Powerhouse. Some of the palaces had been opened, some had not. There were a total of 318 small palaces. A small half had been opened, and a large half had not. Moreover, everyone also saw some palaces with crystal walls that had been completely destroyed. They had been destroyed by force. Yao Chengjun saw a palace wall that had been destroyed, frowning slightly. After a long time, he said, "This should be Polaris City destroying the palaces by force." They wanted to open the palaces and get the things inside. However, everyone glanced at it, afraid that Polaris City did not gain anything. Violent destruction had also destroyed everything inside the palaces. The crystal walls were slightly deformed, caused by the impact force. It was likely that the things inside were gone at that time. Of course, if they were ancient weapons, they might have been left behind. However, books, pills, and so on should have been completely destroyed. This empty palace was not small. Moreover, it was not just a cultivation room. There were living rooms, bedrooms, and there seemed to be a study. The area was quite large, at least more than 300 square meters. Just the 318 palaces alone occupied an area of at least 100,000 square meters. The palaces were not the entirety of the palace. Everyone passed by the martial arts arena and saw some buildings that had been destroyed. Perhaps it was some unimportant place in the past. The Hall of Myriad Origins was at least more than 200,000 square meters. An enclosed palace that was more than 300 acres in size. What did this mean? The key was not this. It was, when they looked from the outside, it was not so big. The Hall of Myriad Origins was located in the valley, and the valley was not that big. The entire valley was at most 100 acres in size. This was already an overestimation. Store a mountain in a mustard seed. When they saw the empty palace, only then did they realize that the area was huge. It's a weaponsmithing technique that involves space. The Paragon can't do it. Moreover, such a big palace could be refined like this. If it's really mentality that solidifies and remains unchanged for 1,000 years. For a moment, everyone looked at Yao Qingjun. Li Hansong was solemn at this moment. He said with a straight face, there's no need to look. Our origin is definitely not here. Old Yao is probably also above the Paragon. Perhaps the Paragon can achieve this kind of weaponsmithing technique that involves space. The current Paragon mainly focuses on combat strength. He doesn't care about other aspects. In our era, there should be 100 flowers blooming. Old Yao is at least a Paragon. If he is a Paragon, then we must be too. At least, we won't be weaker than a Paragon. If that's the case, with our origin left behind, the possibility is not high. Moreover, we are on the same level as Old Yao. Under such circumstances, even if I keep my origin, it won't be stored in Old Yao's palace. It's more like keeping it in my own home. Also, Old Yao, your home might have been breached. Li Hansong said sympathetically. I suspect that this palace was moved here from the bounded zone. If your home wasn't breached, how could Star City get the palace here? Old Yao, you don't have a home anymore. Yao, Qingjuan's face was livid. He did not know whether he was angry that his home had been breached or angry at Iron Head's words. Fang Ping guessed that the latter was more likely. The truth was indeed so. Yao Qingjun heard him still nagging and could not help but say in a muffled voice, "Can you shut up? You talk about my home all the time. Find your home." At least I found a palace. This proves that my strength in my past life was indeed extremely strong. From what aspect do you see that you're stronger than me? Li Hansong sneered, his face full of disdain. Nonsense. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Fengqing suddenly shouted from the front, "What's with all the noise? Come here. We've discovered a big secret." Everyone hurried over. At this moment, Qin Fengqing was already at the innermost periphery of the palace. The palaces here were not connected. Instead, they were individual palaces. There was more than one. There were a total of 3 separate palaces. The doors of the other 2 palaces were closed. There were no introductions at the door. The 3rd palace from the left, which was the one Qin Fengqing was standing at, had a tombstone in front of the door. Devil Emperor, unquestionable sword. When Qin Fengqing and the others arrived, he muttered. Very quickly, he looked at Fang Ping and said, "Your old brother's grave. You're a celestial emperor. He's a devil emperor. TSK, you dare to say another word of nonsense?" Fang Ping's gaze was unfriendly. Qin Fengqing chuckled and continued. Purple Cap Mountain's abandoned disciple, defeated general, deserter. TSK, did he write this himself or his descendants? It's all derogatory. Also, his wife was killed. He gave up on himself and had no way to take revenge. He didn't dare to fight to the end in the Great War that year. He dragged out an ignoble existence for thousands of years. Is this true or false? Qin Fengqing muttered and added his own words. He said with some surprise, lived for thousands of years? No, he dragged out an ignoble existence for thousands of years. How long has this devil emperor lived? Great War. What great war? These few fellows are separated from those rank 9s. They should be paragons. 3 desperate realms? That's not weak. Where did these people go? None of them came back. Did Old Yao lead 3 paragons back then? This devil emperor is going to do something big this time. He seems to be one of the leaders this time. Qin Fengqing rambled for a while. Beside him, Li Hansong interrupted him directly. I know what their big plan is. As soon as he finished speaking, he said in a low voice, Change the world. Fang Ping and the others looked solemn, looking at him one after another. Li Hansong continued, Change the world. Yes, that's all. Everyone's eyes were sharp. Beside him, Qin Fengqing said lazily, Look at the inscription. A part of it has been erased. What's with the nonsense about changing the world? You see it, there's nothing else. There must have been some big plan mentioned here. A lot of it has been erased in the end. No need to ask. Star City's paragons did it. Fang Ping and the others looked at the inscription. Sure enough, The last part had been erased. Fong Ping looked at the palace again, frowning. Interesting. Great War. What great war? Deserter? A powerhouse who might be a paragon's actually became a deserter. After 1,000 years, he came out again to participate in a big plan. Why would Star City hide this? The past can't be traced, and there's no need to trace it. The only thing I'm curious about now is, are the 13 paragons one of them? I've discovered that 16 halls have been activated on the rank 9 side. If we include the 3 outside, that means that there are still 13 left. Are these people already dead, or are they someone else? This is getting more and more interesting. Is there a need for Star City to hide these things? Even if the 13 paragons were really survivors of the war, or resurrected, time flies and everything is in the past. Even if they were deserters back then, there's no need to hide anything. Of course, it's considered a dark history after all. It's normal for them not to tell us. Also, it's said that the Hall of Myriad Origins was moved back by the paragons. If they were the ones who moved it back, it means that they might not be one of them. Forget it, I don't care anymore. Fong Ping suddenly shook his head. He thought for a while and said, I'm not interested in what the big plan is. The token doesn't seem to have a corresponding person. It shouldn't be someone from here who has the token. Let's not idle around. Although we can't activate the halls now, I've discovered that the energy here is quite rich. No, it's not energy. It's more like the overflow of a type of martial arts origin. Let's cultivate and cultivate. When old Zhang comes, we'll go out. Even if we can't get the Hall of Myriad Origins this time, we can't go back empty-handed. I've already got some clues after reading this information. Fong Ping felt that he had achieved his goal. He had already thought of many things now. Perhaps he would be able to find the corresponding bounded domain soon and obtain the cultivation method. As for old Yao and the rest, Fong Ping had some vague guesses. These fellows should not be this batch of martial artists who had been resurrected. These people were more like the resurrected martial artists from the King battlefield. Could the great battle that the Devil Emperor Unquestionable Jian mentioned be the one at the King battlefield? 1,000 years plus 1,000 years, that would be 2,000 years ago. Was the King battlefield formed 2,000 years ago? Old Yao and the rest were one of that batch of people. In the depths of the King battlefield, their remains might be there. Was there the origin? Or had they completely turned into the chaos origin? Old Zhang is here. He doesn't want anything else but all the information that Star City can give. No, he also wants the ownership of the Hall of Myriad Origins. Fong Ping glanced at the 3 individual palaces in front of him. Were these really left behind by the ultimate martial artists? If they were, would 3 new paragons be born when the resurrected martial artists returned? Was suppressing Star City looking for all the resurrected martial artists, or were they looking for these 3? Chapter 649. Outside the Hall of Myriad Origins. At this moment, more and more people were gathering. Jiang Chao and the other youngsters were usually not allowed to enter this place. Now, however, while the elders were not in the mood to care about them, they strolled over one by one. Jiang Chao glanced at the tightly shut hall and whispered, "Pervert! Did Fong Ping and the rest rob the Hall of Myriad Origins?" Jiang Hao ignored him. Jiang Chao continued, "Are they going to resist stubbornly, seal the hall, and fight to the end? Do you think they'll be beaten to death here this time? Pervert, these guys have a bright future. Why don't we sell them a favor when they come out later?" Jiang Hao looked at him suddenly, his gaze sharp. "What do you want to do?" Jiang Chao looked around, thought for a moment, and whispered, "I realized that someone went to Mount Imperial Sea to invite the Patriarch. King Wu is coming too. The possibility of these guys being beaten to death is not high." "It's not that dangerous." Jiang Hao was impatient. He glared at him and growled, "Just say it." "When the Patriarch comes later, or King Wu comes, what do you think? Let's go up and kneel to the Patriarch and plead on their behalf? When the time is right, let the Patriarch see our benevolence." Let King Wu know the loyalty of us Jiang brothers. At the same time, let Fang Ping and the rest know what it means to go through fire and water for your brothers. Jiang Chao grinned. Kneeling to the patriarch is nothing. When I saw him when I was young, I kowtowed every day. It's not embarrassing. But think about it, we're both rank 6 and 7 martial artists. For few guys we've only met a few times. We're kowtowing and pleading. Damn, this time they'll be moved to tears. Besides, King Wu is powerful. Our patriarch is on good terms with him. If we sell King Wu a favor, TSK, maybe we'll have a backer. Pervert, don't blame me for not reminding you. In this day and age, cultivation is important, but the key is whether you have the confidence to cultivate to the peak. If you don't have the confidence, those guys, I'm telling you, they really have the confidence. At this point, Jiang Chao calculated for a while, muttering, my family's elder ancestor, King Wu, Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang, Li Hansong, Yao Chengjun. If the few at the back all become paragon, F***, that'll be 6. Baldy the Sky. I don't think he has a chance. If I marry Su, then the Su family's ancestor will be my backer. Rather than working hard on cultivation, it was better to invest. 7 paragons. From today onwards. Who in this world would dare to provoke me? As Jiang Chao spoke, he swallowed his saliva. Too awesome. That was doable. He wondered which old ancestor had returned. It would be best if it was his old ancestor. Now that his patriarch was here, if kowtowing wasn't enough, he would have to break his head. Only then would he appear to be deeply loyal. If it was someone else's ancestor, a kowtow would suffice. As Jiang Chao thought about it, his lips curled up. At the side, Jiang Hao's expression changed again and again. He gently patted Jiang Chao's shoulder, causing Jiang Chao's face to turn green. Fatty Jiang Hao chuckled. If you embarrass me, I'll skin you alive. Don't worry, your skin will be intact. Jiang Chao snorted and pushed his hand away, muttering, why do you care if I'm embarrassed or not? Besides, how is it embarrassing to plead for a friend? You people only know how to fight and never use your brains. You're the ones who are embarrassing. It's best if our old ancestor returns. When he returns, Jiang Chao screamed, instantly attracting the attention of the rank 9 martial artists in front. Each of them glared at him angrily. Jiang Chao's tears were about to fall. The pervert almost crushed his shoulder. How hateful! Who are you calling me, old ancestor? Jiang Hao's expression was unfriendly. Jiang Chao's fat face trembled, complaining incessantly. Baldy says that to me every day. I'm used to it. Stay away from this kind of person. Vulgar. No problem. Let go first. When Jiang Hao let go, Jiang Chao shot him a look. Just you wait. Later, you'll complain to the old ancestor for bullying me every day. While the 2 brothers were messing around in front, Su Haoran said somewhat anxiously, is the old ancestor back? Don't tell me these bastards are sabotaging the place. If the few of them joined forces, they could still forcefully break through some of the halls. Once they were broken through, the origin would overflow, and that would be the end. These origins had long been weak. Now, they could only wait for the owner of the origin to recover. Once it overflowed, it could no longer gather. Wei Yong said in a low voice, destroying some halls is nothing. I'm just afraid. Before he could finish, everyone's expression changed. Beside him, the few family heads who had just arrived, one of them snorted coldly. I told you not to invite, but you just had to. What's the use of saying all this now? Until now, no one has opened the 3 main palaces. Their performance was so freakish. Perhaps they were the masters of the 3 main palaces. It was highly likely that the origin of the apex was there. No matter how strong an ordinary rank 9 was, it was not as important as the apex. Shouldn't we invite them here? As soon as these words came out, the others did not say anything. This was also the truth. The 3 main palaces were separated by the leaders of that group of people back then. Although there was no essential difference between an ordinary rank 9 origin and an apex's origin, one had reached the end of the path, while the other had just started. Both were still different. Suppressing Star City also had high hopes for Fong Ping and the others to come. These fellows' performance was too freakish. The probability of them being an apex's awakening was even higher. Bringing them to the Hall of Myriad Origins was also a kind of temptation. If it was really an apex's awakening with the apex's origin, would they not be tempted? When that time came, they would still be able to comprehend it. Now, before they even started, the Hall of Myriad Origins had already been lost. At this moment, ripples appeared in midair. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in midair. Patriarch! Lord Warlord! Greetings, Patriarch! The next moment, the crowd bowed one after another. In midair, the sturdy warlord ignored these people. His gaze seemed to penetrate the boundary wall, looking into the distance. His tone was not very pleasant as he said, "You're martial arts university students. It's no problem for you to rob the catacombs, but are you going to rob Star City too? Senior Warlord, you must be joking." A burst of hearty laughter came through the air. Zhang Tao's laughter shook the sky. He said, "Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. No one expected that the Hall of Myriad Origins would belong to Yao Qingjun. If we had known, there would not have been these misunderstandings." Warlord. For a moment, the sturdy warlord did not really want to talk to that guy. "You haven't even arrived yet, and you've already decided on the status? What do you mean the Hall of Myriad Origins belongs to Yao Qingjun? Just because you say so?" Although Yao Qingjun could open the door and even close it, it did not mean that it was his. Moreover, so what if it was his? He had already died once. In this life, he was two different people. The inheritance of the origin did not mean that he was the same person. "Zhang Tao, you died in this life, leaving behind some divine weapons, which were divided by your descendants. You've lived again. Who knows if you're still the same Zhang Tao now?" Warlord pondered for a while, thinking about how to refute later. However, he had not spoken for a long time. He might not be able to out-argue Zhang Tao. It seemed that he needed to use his strength to shut this guy up. Not long after the conversation, Zhang Tao said, "Then I'll come in directly." Warlord did not say anything. Instead, he waved his hand in the air, causing ripples. In the next moment, Zhang Tao appeared in front of everyone. As soon as he appeared, Li Zhen also appeared beside him. The three of them stood proudly in the void. The crowd below bowed again and said loudly, "Greetings, Pluto King, Martial King." Zhang Tao smiled and nodded, but his voice rang in Li Zhen's ear. Pluto King in front, Martial King behind. The list must be changed tomorrow. Get lost. Li Zhen's mentality exploded in Zhang Tao's ear. "If you talk nonsense again, I'll kill you." Both of them communicated through mentality, but they did not show it on their faces. Zhang Tao chuckled. "Senior Warlord, call them out." Warlord nodded slightly. Without another word, the three of them landed together. As soon as they landed, Zhang Tao looked at the closed door and said, "Come out." Previously, the rank 9s roared outside for a long time, but they could not get through the door and call Fong Ping and the others out. However, as soon as Zhang Tao spoke, the void trembled slightly, and the huge bronze door hummed. Not long after, the huge door opened slowly. "Minister!" The few people inside had not finished speaking. At this moment, a plump figure appeared from behind. Thud! A heavy thud was heard. Jiang Chao's eyes were red. He kowtowed and said loudly, "Patriarch, please spare Fong Ping and the others." Fong Ping and the others did not mean it. "Please have mercy, Patriarch." Thud, 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 a series of kowtows were heard. Then the fat man held dryly, "Lords Hell King, Martial King. Fong Ping and the others did not intend to occupy the Hall of Myriad Origins. Everything was an accident. Jiang Chao knows them. They are not that kind of people." If you really want to punish, just punish me, Jiang Chao. Fang Ping and I are indebted to him for saving my life. I can't just watch them die. As Jiang Chao spoke, his eyes became redder, as if he was about to cry the next moment. The whole place was silent. At this moment, the whole valley was eerily quiet. Warlord stared at the fat man, thinking for a long time. Should I kill him? Who said I wanted their lives? I haven't even said anything, and you're already begging for mercy. What's the meaning of this? Zhang Tao looked at the fat man strangely, then at Fang Ping and the others who had just come out. He did not say a word. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was stunned. Was Fatty Jiang sick? Qin Fingqing's mouth opened slightly. Amazing. Really amazing. This stupid fat man was amazing. Was this favor a favor? But he was begging for mercy on their behalf. Look, deep affection, a dignified man kneeling just because he said so. Look at the young people in the periphery. They had no experience and had never seen the world. But now they looked like they were worshipping him. What was this? Periphery. Jiang Hao had already disappeared. He had gone into hiding. He could not afford to lose face like this. Li Fei and the others were dumbfounded. Jiang Chao's action was unexpected. Su Zissou wanted to say something, but stopped. After a while she mumbled, "Fatty! Fatty's crying is so fake." Li Fei and the others glanced at her. "You could tell? We thought you couldn't tell. You're not really stupid. Then what happened to you before?" Su Zissou saw that they were looking at her and was a little confused. "Why are they looking at me? I've always told the truth and never lied. Fatty's crying is a little fake." Warlord did not say anything. Seeing that everyone was silent, Zhang Tao said slowly, "Get up first." "Martial King, sir." Jiang Chao looked sorrowful. He first looked at the paragons, then turned to Fang Ping and the others. His expression was solemn. His mouth moved, but he did not say anything. Qin Fengqing was a little tired. He helped to translate. "If we die, he won't live alone." Fang Ping's face was stiff. He was speechless for a while. Wang Jinyang sighed softly. "Star City. I bet he'll live the longest." They were all helpless. They did not want to say anything else. They did not say anything. Warlord, on the other hand, used his mentality to scan the basilica. Seeing that it was not damaged, he turned his gaze to Yao Qingjun. Ignoring Jiang Chao, he said slowly, "Try again." Yao Qingjun saw that Warlord was staring at him. He did not say anything. Very quickly, he controlled the door to close it. "Can I open the basilica?" "No. Opening it will cause the origin to overflow." "Even you can't?" "Indeed." "Then the basilica's cultivation system can't be opened either?" "There's no other way." Warlord thought for a moment and said, "Is it because my mentality is not enough, or is it because I don't have enough time to familiarize myself with it?" "Both. When I reach rank 9 and familiarize myself with it for a while, can I open it?" "It should be possible." Both of them conversed for a while. Warlord smiled. "If that's the case, why did you close the door? We even had to rush here." Yao Qingjun looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping's expression did not change, but he cursed under his breath. "Old Yao, this bastard, are you trying to make me a scapegoat?" Yao Qingjun ignored him. He was not familiar with old Zhang and the rest, and he could not talk to Fang Ping. Of course he would talk. Fang Ping did not delay either. He said hurriedly, "I didn't close the door on purpose. After we went in, the door suddenly closed automatically." Warlord said lightly, "Let's not talk about this nonsense. What do you guys want now?" Fang Ping looked at Zhang Tao innocently. "You're the boss. You say it. If you don't say it, I don't dare to say it. I want the Hall of Myriad Origins. What if Warlord kills himself?" Beside him, Li Zhen looked at Zhang Tao, then at Fang Ping, then at Yao Qingjun and the rest. Why did these people give him a familiar aura? It was not an aura, it was a smell. He was still looking. Zhang Tao chuckled. "Let's talk in the meeting hall. Let's go." Li Zhen saw that he was about to leave, but did not move. He said, "Let's talk here. There are a lot of juniors here. Let's see if you have the face to say anything here." Zhang Tao smiled. "This concerns the Hall of Myriad Origins. Let's go to the meeting hall. Commanderly, am I right?" He emphasized the word commander. "You're the commander of the military department. We're on the same side. Who are you siding with?" Li Zhen was speechless. He did not say anything else. He moved and disappeared from the spot. As soon as he left, Warlord snorted softly and disappeared too. Zhang Tao did not mind. He smiled. "All the family heads can go together. Fang Ping, you guys come with me." After saying that, he disappeared with Fang Ping and the rest. After they left, Jiang Chao was still kneeling on the spot, his face blank. "What about me? Why is no one caring about me? Does this favor count as a sale?" Fortunately, it was not that no one cared about him. Soon, a few young children ran over, their faces full of admiration. "Fat, Brother Chow, you're so loyal." "Yeah, Brother Chow, we didn't expect you to be so loyal. We won't call you Fatty anymore." "Brother Chow, you've got guts. You're amazing. If it were us, we wouldn't have dared to stick our necks out in front of Marshal King and the rest." Jiang Chao stood up and smiled. "It's nothing. They're friends. I can't just watch them get into trouble, right? It's the same for everyone." As he said that, Jiang Chao looked around and chuckled. I'm sorry. I couldn't hold it in just now. Disperse, disperse." Having said that, Jiang Chao ran like the wind. He did not care anymore. He had sold this favor anyway. Fang Ping and the rest had to accept it. In midair, Fang Ping and the rest were flying together with Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao said quickly, "No matter who owns the Hall of Myriad Origins, it's yours if you insist. Yao Qingjun, if it's possible later, control the Hall of Myriad Origins remotely." "Got it." Yao Qingjun nodded. "I don't need you to say anything else." "That's it. Don't say anything else." After Zhang Tao said this, Fang Ping thought that it was over. However, in the next moment, Zhang Tao's voice rang in his ears. "When you get back, ask Yao Qingjun to make a trip to the martial art side. Remember, there's only one thing to say to the martial artist. If they want to enter the Hall of Myriad Origins in the future, they must participate in the battle. These guys have forgotten that they're martial artists when they're on a sightseeing tour. 3 rank 8s and 9 rank 7s are all here enjoying their retirement. Star City has almost raised them into pigs. Tell them that if they want to enter the Hall of Myriad Origins again, they must participate in the battle. But some of them have comprehended the origin. That's not important. The Hall of Myriad Origins is not only the place where the origin is stored, but it's also their home. Do you understand what I mean? It's already very difficult for them to give up this place. Some of the revived martial artists from the outside world also come back often. In short, the Hall of Myriad Origins represents the combat strength of 6 rank 8s, 28 rank 7s, and dozens of middle-ranked martial artists. I was worried about the lack of manpower now. Now, at least half of them have to come out and participate in the battle. Of course, the method must be gentle. Aren't you good at bluffing? Be gentle and let them take the initiative to participate in the battle." Fang Ping retorted, "I never bluff people." "Say that again." Fang Ping wanted to say something else, but realized that he could not. He cursed in his heart. Old Zhang was really wicked. After a while, everyone returned to the meeting hall. Warlord was already sitting on the bronze throne. Beside him, Li Zhen was also sitting on the throne. Although his seniority was low, he represented the military department and was also a powerhouse among the top. He would not sit below Warlord. As soon as Zhang Tao entered the room, he immediately found a throne and sat down. Fang Ping and the others stood and waited for a while. This time it was not only the previous 9 families who had come, but 12 powerhouses had come. Other than Yang Jingjing from the Yang family, the other families had all come. Although the Yang family was still among the 13 families, they did not even have a high-ranked martial artist. Even if they did not say anything, they were not qualified to participate in this anymore. When everyone was present, Li Zhen said, "Everyone sit." As soon as he spoke, Fang Ping and the others sat down in 2 rows. Even though the old man from the Li family was Li Zhen's cousin and was a few years older than him, he still waited for the top to speak before taking his seat. After Li Zhen finished speaking, Zhang Tao looked at Yao Qingjun and smiled. "I'm a little surprised that the Hall of Myriad Origins is actually yours. Did the 3 palaces in the deepest part of the hall sense your origin?" Yao Qingjun glanced at Zhang Tao and lowered his head. "I sensed it. One of the palaces sensed it." Zhang Tao nodded with a smile. Then he asked, "Have you considered comprehending the origin?" "Not yet. There's no rush. It won't be too late even if you reach rank 8 or 9. Since the Hall of Myriad Origins is there, things can't fly away," Warlord said impatiently. "All right, it doesn't matter. The Hall of Myriad Origins won't let you take it away. Zhang Tao, if you're not convinced, then talk to the Li family's old geezer." "What do you mean, senior?" Zhang Tao smiled. The Hall of Myriad Origins was originally ownerless. Since it was brought here by the seniors, it naturally belongs to Suppressing Star City. But since the Hall of Myriad Origins has an owner, whether it's to make better use of it or to return it to its rightful owner, shouldn't it be returned to Yao Qingjun? Warlord glanced at him and sneered. "Go to Mount Imperial Sea and talk to the Li family's old geezer. It's useless talking to me. I can't be bothered to refute you. Besides, everything you said is one-sided. Even if it really belongs to Yao Qingjun, it's not the current him. Wait until he recovers his memories and returns to that realm." "Senior Warlord, are you being unreasonable?" "Yes, I'm being unreasonable." Zhang Tao was speechless. What should I do when someone is unreasonable? He glanced at Yao Qingjun again. "Come, shake the Hall of Myriad Origins and show them." Yao Qingjun gave it a try and shook his head. It was impossible. The distance was too far. Zhang Tao felt a little regretful. Otherwise, shaking it would be good to scare them. Since it didn't work, Zhang Tao asked again, "Senior, are you saying that even if the Hall of Myriad Origins is abandoned and ruined, you won't hand it over to Yao Qingjun?" "That's right," Warlord said bluntly. "It wasn't easy to find this thing back then. Over the years, I've invested a lot in those resurrected martial artists, and I'm still hoping to reap some rewards. Of course, it won't do if the effort isn't proportional to the reward. Also, will Yao Qingjun be able to make good use of it if it's given to him?" Zhang Tao chuckled. "But it's still Yao Qingjun's. It's fine to lend it to Star Suppressing City, but isn't it inappropriate for Senior to take it away just like that?" Li Zhen didn't want to hear so much either. He said directly, "There's no point in dwelling on some things. Zhang Tao, tell us your request." Zhang Tao smiled. "My request? What request can I have? The Hall of Myriad Origins isn't mine." "Yao Qingjun, what request do you have?" "The Hall of Myriad Origins is still useful in Star Suppressing City, but I'm afraid we can't take it back for the time being. Whatever you want, just tell us. It's all up to the department head." "Up to me?" Zhang Tao smiled. "Up to you. I might not be able to meet your expectations. Of course, if there's anything you need to add, you can continue. You can just use my opinion as a reference." Everyone understood what he meant when he said that. Zhang Tao had never intended to take the Hall of Myriad Origins. He was here to extort money. Warlord didn't say much. He closed his eyes and said, "Speak." "The Battle of the Forbidden City is about to begin. Besides the Qin, Shen, and Li clans, Star Suppressing City will send 3 more rank 9s to assist us." Warlord frowned slightly. After a while he said, "I can't represent the other clans. Yuan Hua will participate." Below, Jiang Yuan Hua bowed slightly, indicating that he would participate. Zhang Tao raised his brows slightly. After some thought, he said, "As for the other two, no matter who they are, they don't have to go to the forbidden catacombs. However, 2 rank 9s will be required to oversee each catacombs for a period of time. We'll send 2 rank 9s from the other 2 catacombs to participate in the battle." Agreed. Warlord agreed without hesitation. He could still make the decision on this matter. As for the other high ranks, send 20 more people. Warlord frowned and said in a low voice, "The Battle of Kings is Star Suppressing City's main battlefield. If we send too many people, the Battle of Kings will cause problems. I can understand that you want to destroy a catacomb. However, if there are fewer people in the Battle of Kings," Zhang Tao smiled faintly, "it's fine. We'll send Fang Ping and the rest into the Battle of Kings. When we come out later, we'll just go and pick them up. Why don't you let Fang Ping and the rest enter the forbidden catacombs?" Warlord looked displeased. Zhang Tao laughed. "The forbidden catacombs must be stable. The Battle of Kings must be stable too. Fang Ping." At this moment, Fang Ping was very depressed. What was the meaning of this? What was the meaning of this? Was he being despised? Old Zhang would rather transfer people from Star Suppressing City than let him go to the forbidden catacombs. He even wanted to send him to the Battle of Kings to fill in the hole. Was old Zhang really on his side? Above, Warlord and Zhang Tao were still talking. After talking for a while, Warlord refused to let Fang Ping and the rest go to the Battle of Kings. Zhang Tao was slightly regretful and lowered his request. Star Suppressing City could only send 10 rank 7 and 8 people to help. Warlord agreed without hesitation. As for how to fill in the hole with 10 people, he did not allow Fang Ping and the rest to go. Otherwise, it might cause a huge reaction and cause the rest of Star Suppressing City to die in the Battle of Kings. Fang Ping and the rest listened for a while and understood. Zhang Tao was not extorting them. He did not mention resources or anything like that, nor did he ask for them. He just wanted Star Suppressing City to send many powerhouses to help. This was more important than resources. Usually, people from Star Suppressing City, other than the Chen, Shen, and Li families, people from the other 9 families, usually did not go to the outer region. Instead, they went to the Battle of Kings. In the Forbidden Catacombs battle, Star Suppressing City would probably not send out people either. Now, using this as an excuse, they managed to get 3 rank 9s and 10 rank 7s and 8s. It was already beyond their expectations. At this moment, Fang Ping, who was below, glanced at Zhang Tao and suddenly felt a little upset. Marshal King. No matter how strong Marshal King was, he was the only one who was strong. Netherworld King, Marshal King, these 2 paragons, together with the 2 guardians, made up a total of 4 paragons. They were the official paragons. However, Zhang Tao was the only one who truly belonged to the civilian class and had nothing to do with Star Suppressing City. Fang Ping did not understand Li Zhan. He did not really understand him. However, Fang Ping thought that he had some understanding of Zhang Tao. This unreliable Marshal King was probably the only paragon among the paragons who cared about everyone's life and death. As for Li Zhan, it was hard to say. Maybe he was about the same as Zhang Tao, maybe he was slightly worse. Zhang Tao was shameless to the point that he asked Fang Ping for resources every day. He was shameless to the point that he insisted on killing a few people every time he entered the catacombs. Even the paragons of the catacombs were laughing at him. Did a true king powerhouse not find it embarrassing to do such a thing? To a true king powerhouse, rank 7s were like ants. If he killed a few of them, it would only dirty his own body. Shameless Marshal King, Fang Ping muttered in his heart. The paragons did not care about their pride, but did Zhang Tao really get anything? Nothing at all. Marshal King is the same as me. We have no selfishness. We only care about humans and others. At this moment, Fang Ping's heart was filled with emotion. I'm very lucky. I came from a martial arts university. I'm very honored to know such a paragon. Similarly, I'm also very proud that I can stand side by side with Marshal King. The Minister of Education should take over my position and continue to carry forward the righteousness of serving the public wholeheartedly. Chapter 650. In the meeting hall, Zhang Tao was still talking. As he talked, he suddenly sensed something. He glanced at Fong Ping from the corner of his eye. Seeing the kid staring at him with admiration, old Zhang suddenly shuddered. I'm in a desperate situation. Shuddering? What's this kid thinking now? Zhang Tao was looking at Fong Ping. Warlord glanced at him too. Suddenly he smiled faintly. Fong Ping, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. I know a little about you. You're a character. What do you want to say? Say it, and let me hear it. Fong Ping was all smiles. I don't have anything to say, kid. Say it. Warlord snorted and looked at Fong Ping with an unfriendly expression. Your gaze, kid, makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Fong Ping said awkwardly that humph. Fong Ping was helpless. I didn't want to say anything. Why do you want me to say it? Since you want me to say it, I'll say it. Fong Ping stood up and did not continue sitting down. With a smile on his face, he said, There's something I don't understand, Senior Warlord. Honestly speaking, other than the Desperation Realm Patriarchs, I'm a little lacking in respect for the others, cough cough. As soon as he said that, the expressions of the 12 family heads changed slightly. Fong Ping continued, I don't understand. There's so many powerhouses in Star City. There are 50 to 60 high ranks. If we include the resurrected martial artists, I'm afraid there are close to 80 high ranks. Why do so many high-ranked powerhouses keep dying in the Land of Kings? Is the victory of the Land of Kings really more important than the victory of the Outland? Or do people like you think that the Outland is insignificant and the restricted area is the most important? Fong Ping said, then added, But in the Outland, if there are close to 80 high ranks, Senior Warlord, we can save a lot of people. Countless people. You're a paragon and you're very old. You definitely know more than this kid. I don't have the right to question anyone, and I shouldn't question anyone. I really don't understand. Is the Land of Kings really inseparable? Warlord said lightly, Is it because you're upset? Do you think that your minister is the most powerful, the most selfless? Before Fong Ping could speak, Zhang Tao laughed. Senior Warlord, you flatter me. I don't deserve it, don't deserve it. The War King glanced at him. F***CK, I'm asking question. Don't you understand my tone? Ignoring Zhang Tao, the warlord pondered for a moment and said, There are indeed some things that you don't understand. Zhang Tao has his way of thinking, and we have ours. We can only say that everyone's choices are different. As soon as he said that, the faces of the 12 patriarchs changed. Warlord was actually explaining things to Fong Ping. Was there a need for a human ancestor who had stood at the pinnacle for several hundred years to explain anything to a brat who hadn't even grown his hair yet? Fong Ping was not qualified. Even Fong Ping himself was a little surprised. Had Warlord taken the wrong medicine? Was he really going to explain to him? He thought that Zhang Xian was going to ignore him. The war monarch smiled faintly and said, There is no need to be surprised. We notice that you and the people beside you are acting strangely. You guys shouldn't be reincarnated martial artists from the area of sections. If he guessed correctly, he might be a martial arts practitioner from the ancient martial era who had been resurrected, or martial arts practitioner from the intersection point between the end of the ancient martial era and the beginning of the era of sex. Actually, judging from the refining methods of the Hall of Myriad Origins, he should be someone from that era. It's hard to say who he is, but he might be from the same era as the Devil Emperor, Unquestionable Jian. You guys must have seen the Devil Emperor, Unquestionable Jian, in the Hall of Myriad Origins. He should have been active during the Qin and Han dynasties. The Qin and Han dynasties were the end of the ancient martial era. The era of sex can actually be traced back to the Han and Tang dynasties. During the Han and Tang dynasties, myths had already been extinguished. At that point in time, most of the ancient martial artists had already disappeared. Since then, we have entered the era of sex. This person, unquestionable Jian, has lived through 2 eras. You guys might understand him better in the future. He once participated in a battle that destroyed the world. Our speculation is that this battle was the one at the Battle of the Imperial Battleground. For now, there is no clear evidence to prove this. He said that he was a deserter, so he might be the survivor of this battle. 1,000 years later, he reappeared, gathered all the powerhouses of the current era, and single-handedly directed the destruction of the era of sex. This person has lived through 2 eras and witnessed the destruction of 2 eras. He is the true epic. I know you guys want to ask about the battle 1,000 years ago. I will tell you guys. Let's not talk about this for now. At this moment, Fang Ping and the others were listening attentively. Old Yao and the others' identities in their past lives seemed to be coming out soon. The intersection of 2 eras. It might be at the end of the ancient martial era and the beginning of the era of sex. This point should be in the Preaching era. Whether it was or not, they would talk about it later. Warlord continued. I'm saying all this just to make one point clear. You guys are different from the group of resurrected martial artists outside. If you guys are really resurrected from the ancient martial era, then it means that you guys are very powerful. If you guys could cultivate to that level in your past life, you can do it in this life too. In the future, maybe you guys will be eating from the same pot as us. When he said this, he saw Qin Fengqing looking at him happily. He smiled and said, This does not include this young friend. Don't pretend to be a resurrected martial artist next time. Being a resurrected martial artist is not necessarily a good thing. Qin Fengqing's expression stiffened. The 12 patriarchs looked at him one after another. Su Haoran and the others were livid. Didn't you say that you sensed your life origin? Qin Fengqing looked gloomy. Why are you looking at me? Did I pretend to be a resurrected martial artist? I only said that I might be, but I didn't say that I definitely am. Really, you guys even deliberately exposed me. Warlord ignored him and continued. Since we might become paragons, then some things need to be said. Lest you guys think that Star Town doesn't do proper things. Fang Ping hurriedly said, Senior, I really didn't mean that. You guys have been guarding Imperial Sea Mountain for hundreds of years. Such a great achievement. Even the ministers can't compare. Zhang Tao suddenly had an impulse. Should he kill this thing? Fang Ping immediately added, We can't even compare to 1 in 100 million. Warlord chuckled. Don't give me that. I've lived for hundreds of years. What haven't I seen? Zhang Tao and the rest of the younger generation can't compare to us. Zhang Tao sighed. Sure enough, flattery would never work. Back to the topic. About 90 years ago. Is that right? Zhang Tao calculated and said, More or less. 90 years ago, Star Town's 13 paragons had an internal disagreement. Warlord's tone was a little bleak as he said, That year, the catacombs' outskirts were rioting. We were guarding Imperial Sea Mountain, but Shan Haojian couldn't hold it in and attacked the outskirts. That time, a battle between the paragons broke out. The Hall of True Kings sent 19 True Kings and fought against the 13 of us from Star Town. After that battle, Shan Haojian and Qin Gaiang were heavily injured. Old Devil Li fought 1 against 3, heavily injuring one and ending the battle. In short, that battle made everyone waver, unwilling and powerless. Therefore, after that battle, there was a disagreement within Star Town. Shen Haojian and Chen Gaiang decided to start the Neo-Martial Era and end the Star Town Era. That's how the East and North Guardians came into being. That's how the martial arts universities came into being. And that's how the Neo-Martial Era came into being. Therefore, Zhang Tao is just a fart. Don't be fooled by him. The one who really started the Neo-Martial Era wasn't Zhang Tao or Li Zhen, but Chen Gaiang and Shen Haoyan. Zhang Tao was speechless. Nonsense. I wasn't even born then. He was not even 90 years old this year. Of course, he was not the one who started the Neo-Martial Era. Meanwhile, Fang Ping and the others below were listening attentively. So that was how it was. In 1921, Capital City Martial Arts University was founded on this foundation. Back then, it was rumored that the catacombs were rioting. The government was unable to stop them, so they opened martial arts universities and started the Neo-Martial Era. This was also started by Startown Era. At that time, an all-out battle between the paragons actually broke out. Fong Ping's emotions surged. A battle between more than 30 paragons. How shocking was that? Warlord continued. Qin Gaiyang and Shen Haotian's idea was that there are undiscovered pearls in the sea. If everyone is like a dragon, then we can fight against the catacombs. As for Li Zhen, he was fooled by these two since he was young. He had no choice but to join them. Zhang Tao was the beneficiary of the undiscovered pearl in the sea plan. He was the biggest beneficiary of the Neo-Martial Era. That's why he supported the Neo-Martial Era and did some chores on top of it. Beside him, Li Zhen said nothing. Say whatever you want. I'll pretend I didn't hear you. Have I been fooled? Old Ancestor Qin and Old Ancestor Shin's idea was right. Of course, he had to support it. Zhang Tao, on the other hand, looked dissatisfied. Is this called doing some chores? Warlord ignored them and smiled. As for us, we don't really agree with this plan. First, there weren't enough resources at that time. What undiscovered pearls in the sea? No matter how many geniuses there are, without resources, how can they cultivate? Resources are limited. There are so many people. How can we distribute them? Moreover, in our opinion, the outer territories are not too important. Even if we can attack in Mount Royal Sea, we can still attack once we get out of Mount Royal Sea. Of course, this requires some time. That's why some disasters happened. Of course, although our ideas are different, our goal is the same. Second, there weren't many outer territories opened at that time. Actually, it wasn't a desperate situation. We didn't have the mood to do something like popularizing martial arts. It's too troublesome. Moreover, the results were limited. Seeing that Fong Ping and the others did not agree, Warlord laughed. I said the results were limited. That's the truth. Chen Gaiyang and the others thought that it was impossible to cultivate more than 10 paragons from ordinary people. After all these years, how many people have really become paragons? Even Zhang Tao, he only managed to enter the high ranks because he was lucky enough to pick up a complete plant monster. Then, when he woke up, he became a paragon. Fong Ping and the others looked at old Zhang in shock. They only knew what happened in front of them. They really did not know what happened after. Zhang Tao's expression changed. In the end, he simply closed his eyes and rested, pretending that he did not hear anything. Of course, Zhang Tao being able to enter the paragon is still beyond our expectations. Actually, to be able to create a paragon in less than 90 years, we have already achieved our expectations and exceeded our imagination. Not only that, Nan Yuniwe seems to be coming soon. Both of you, Qin Gaiyang and the others' Neo-Martial Arts Era, is a success. Now, some of us actually agree that the emergence of the Neo-Martial Arts Era has changed too much. Qin Gaiyang and Shen Haotian are meritorious. As for the rumors in the outside world, it's because of Li Zhen that these two became guardians. This is also true. However, both of them did not become guardians previously because they did not care. You make it sound like Li Zhen started the Neo-Martial Arts Era. This is unfair to Qin and Shin. This kid Li Zhen is really shameless. He even dares to take this credit. Li Zhen really could not stand it anymore. It was fine to talk to old acquaintances. There were still a few young people from martial arts universities here. Old Jiang, I have never said that I started the Neo-Martial Arts Era. The two progenitors are not willing to show their faces in public and are not willing to be discussed by others. I can't possibly announce this to the world, can I? Li Zhen felt a little helpless. Why did he encounter so many troubles recently? Was it necessary for him to steal the credit of the two progenitors? Warlord sneered and did not say anything. He continued, "This is the philosophy of Qin, Shen, Li, and Zhang. Everyone is like a dragon. The sea rises to the top to fight against the catacombs. However, this dream is too far away and too difficult. However, there are results. The threat from the outer lands has indeed been quelled a lot. Therefore, they conquer the outer lands in order to seize more resources, cultivate more martial artists, and produce more powerhouses. Fang Ping and the others understood. So that was how it was. As for the remaining 11 of us, including the Li family's old ghost, our philosophy is different from theirs. Our idea is to continue moving forward, walk to the top. We stare at the king battlefield at the boundaries. We only have one goal. That is to walk a new path and step into the Emperor realm. That is the catacombs, demon monarch realm. As long as we step into the Emperor realm, we can quell the threat from the catacombs. Whether it is 13 paragons, which is easier, or a few dozen paragons from millions of martial artists, is easier. The benevolent see the benevolent. The wise see the wise. They have their ideas and we have ours. Everyone has their own duties. If you do not see the people from Star City in the outer lands, it does not mean that Star City does not contribute. What is the purpose of conquering the king battlefield? It is not for them to enter the top themselves, but for us. We need them to investigate some things for us and see some things. Because it is inconvenient for us to move on our own. Everyone in Star City is actually our pathfinders. Everyone understands this as well. At this moment, Warlord spoke frankly and did not hide anything. He chuckled and said, Fang Ping, if you were to choose, which path do you think is more suitable? Fang Ping hesitated for a moment and said, walking on 2 legs, can I do that? Everyone's energy is limited, including us. Warlord sighed and said, if it was not for Li Zhan and Zhang Tao sharing the burden for Chen Gaiang and the others, they would have led the neo-martial era for the past 30 years. However, in that environment, who knows how many years humans could waste? It took close to 100 years for the neo-martial era to achieve the current results. Moreover, we indeed have 2 legs now. We do not care what Zhang Tao and the others do. We have our reasons for doing what we do. So, do you understand now? Fang Ping nodded and asked, then, in the king battlefield and the boundaries, are there definitely opportunities to break through to the top? It's hard to say. I can only say that there is still hope. Warlord smiled and said, so, when you really reach the impasse, you will actually be faced with a choice. But now, it seems that Zhang Tao and the others are still better at bluffing. It seems that you already have a choice. Zhang Tao laughed and said, Senior Warlord, you can't say that. How is it bluffing? Reality has proven everything. The glory of the neo-martial era is also a clear proof. Also, since you have already said it, I will say a few more words. You think that after becoming a monarch, you will destroy the catacombs so that humans will no longer be troubled by war. However, to be more realistic, there are a few seniors in Star City who do not think this way. So, we can only walk our own path. It is better to rely on ourselves than others. Having said that, he looked at Fang Ping and the others and said, today, Senior Warlord and I have shared some things with everyone. Just listen and don't think about it until you reach the top. If that day really comes, you will make your own choice. No one can change it. At this point, Warlord also opened his mouth and said, indeed. Having said that, he added, if you have any questions, you can ask now. If I can tell you, I will tell you according to the circumstances. As for the Hall of Myriad Origins, you can't take it away now. We still have use for it. When Fang Ping heard that he could ask questions, he immediately asked excitedly, Senior, how old are you this year? Warlord's expression stiffened. Zhang Tao also scolded. Ask about serious matters. For example, the situation of the bounded boundaries, the situation of the war 1,000 years ago, the origin of the bounded boundaries, the origin of the king battleground. You can ask more about these. There was no other reason, because he was not too clear himself. He was too young, that was the truth. He was not even 90 years old and had only been at the top for a few years. All these years, these old antiques did not tell him much about these things, so he felt a little helpless. It's good to live long. Look at them, they know everything, but I don't. Now, I have to take this opportunity to listen in. Fang Ping felt a little helpless. I still want to ask more. However, from what Zhang Tao said, some things should not be asked. After all, it involves some private matters of the top. It might not be a good thing to ask. Fang Ping suppressed the curiosity in his heart and repeated old Zhang's words. Warlord laughed and said slowly, "It's not that I can't tell you, but it's a long story and I'm too lazy to say it. How about this? All these years, we've also made some records. You can go back and see for yourselves. You can't leave Imperial Sea Mountain for too long." As he said that, a stack of animal skin books appeared in Warlord's hand out of thin air. These are some records we made in our spare time, including some of our speculations. You can take it back and read it. Try not to leak it. Some things are not good for you to leak. If you're not strong enough, what's the use of knowing? The animal skin books flew through the air and landed in front of Fang Ping. Fang Ping hurriedly took them, suppressed his desire to read them, and said hurriedly, "Thank you for explaining. It's good to know some things. All of you are very lucky. All these years, we've also been under a lot of pressure. The more you know, the more pressure you'll feel. Normal people might not be able to bear it." As Warlord said that, he looked at Yao Qingjun again and said, "When you're stronger, you can come to the Hall of Myriad Origins again. There are some things on the dome of the Hall of Myriad Origins. We didn't force it open because we were afraid of damaging the Hall of Myriad Origins. If it's used well, the Hall of Myriad Origins might be able to help some people advance quickly. However, you're still a little lacking now. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to do so. Star Town won't always occupy the Hall of Myriad Origins. I can guarantee this. Lastly, I still have to say this. Zhang Tao is not a good person. Don't learn from him." As soon as he finished speaking, Warlord disappeared on the spot. Zhang Tao's expression did not change. As for how he cursed in his heart, no one cared. Li Zhen's expression did not change, but he must be very happy. Zhang Tao was indeed not a good person. When Warlord left, Fang Ping and the others knew that the matter had come to an end. Warlord had promised Star Town to help in the battle against the Forbidden Catacombs. He had also told them some things, including some information that Fang Ping wanted. It could be said that this trip to Star Town had been a success. Not only had it been a success, but it had also exceeded the quota. Fang Ping was quite satisfied. As for old Zhang, he was sure that he was satisfied too. If Warlord did not make a few remarks about him, he would probably be even more satisfied. They left, but Zhang Tao and Li Zhen were not people who had nothing to do. Li Zhen disappeared in the blink of an eye without saying goodbye. Zhang Tao, on the other hand, called out, "We'll come and take the Hall of Myriad Origins when we reach rank 8 or 9. It's hard to take it now, and it won't be of much use even if we take it. Also, make a copy of the information and send it to the Education Ministry." After saying that, Zhang Tao disappeared quickly as well. The 12 family heads looked at each other. At this moment, they were still a little surprised and shocked. The Warlord Patriarch had told Fang Ping and the others many things this time, even with a hint of explanation. The reason for this was because he felt that Fang Ping and the others did not seem to like Star Town. Did Warlord think so highly of them? Resurrected people from the ancient martial era. At this moment, the few of them also thought of this and could not help but look at Fang Ping and the others. These people were actually not in the same group as Hui Hong's group. The real martial artists from the ancient martial era. They were shocked, and so was Fang Ping. After a while, he whispered, "Old Zhang didn't extort me." Wang Jinyang felt helpless. "Are you addicted to being extorted? Moreover, Zhang Tao didn't come here to extort you. He only came to ask Star Town to send people to help in the battle. Moreover, Do you still have anything on you that has been extorted? The Battle of Skygate City just ended, and I only extorted a sum of money from you. You haven't gained much from coming to Star Town, and you haven't fattened up yet. Fong Ping muttered, not paying much attention to it. The information in his hands disappeared into thin air, stored in his storage space. The ease with which he could obtain these things had far exceeded his expectations. The next moment, Fong Ping was just about to return home when he suddenly thought of something. He immediately said to the various patriarchs, "Seniors, my words just now were a little offensive, but Senior Warlord's words have made me completely understand. Different paths, but the same goal. This is something that I have deeply felt before. This junior apologizes to seniors." Fong Ping's face was full of respect, which made Su Haoran and the others feel much better. "At least you know what's good for you." Fong Ping apologized and quickly added, "Also, I want to go to the valley again. Everyone was on their guard." Fong Ping explained, "We want to communicate with those resurrected martial artists. Since Warlord and Minister have said that the Hall of Myriad Origins will stay in Star Town, we definitely won't take it away now." Su Haoran felt a headache coming on. "Fong Ping, that's enough." Martial King declared his sovereignty before he left. "You don't have to repeat it again and again. These things are decided by the elders, and we can't change it. As for the few of you," he really wanted to say, "get lost." After thinking for a while, he decided not to say it. "Forget it. You guys can stay a little longer, lest you say that we didn't treat you well." However, before the sky turned dark, these bastards must be chased away. They must not stay the night. Chapter 651. Coming out of the meeting hall, Qin Fengqing said softly, "I'm going to the city." Fong Ping looked at him and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Don't go overboard." "Am I that kind of person?" "Yes." Qin Fengqing was speechless. After thinking for a while, he said, "At least get me 2 divine weapons. I'm so poor now. At most, I'll return them when I reach rank 8. Anyway, they probably haven't reached rank 7 when I reach rank 8. As soon as he said that, everyone looked at him. "You're so confident. Where does your confidence come from?" Qin Fengqing did not care about all this at all. He said seriously, "Anyway, in their hands now, it's almost the same as an A-grade alloy weapon. I'll borrow it first. When I reach rank 8, I won't need it anymore. Then I'll return it to them. Don't you think this is the best use of resources?" Then he added, "I also need a few divine accumulation fruits. Dark moon grass would be the best. That should be enough." Li Hansong was speechless. "Do you really think it's a resource vault for you to raise your cultivation? What if you lose?" The bet wasn't just about winning. If Qin Fengqing lost, where would he get the life essence to give to others? Qin Fengqing looked at Fong Ping. Fong Ping ignored him. Qin Fengqing considered for a moment, then said 30, 70. "You take 30, I'll take 70. After all, I have to go on stage and do the hard work." Qin Fengqing's face was full of grief and indignation. He gritted his teeth and said, 50-50, that's enough." Fong Ping glanced at him and said, "Slowly, don't go overboard. Just go about it. A divine weapon, 3 divine accumulation fruits, and a stalk of dark moon grass should be enough for you to reach the unity of essence and blood. If you really lose, you'll have to find a way to pay me back. This time I won't write an IOU. If you can't pay me back, then I'll sell you to Polaris City. They don't mind having a peak rank 6 marry into their family." Qin Fengqing's face was full of grief and indignation. "You really want to sell me?" However, he had no money. Without money, he couldn't complete the bet with others. If he really lost and couldn't produce anything, he probably wouldn't be able to leave star-suppressing city. Considering all this, Qin Fengqing said helplessly, "All right. Then let's go to the valley first. Hurry up! Can't you see that those old men can't wait to drive us away?" "Got it." Fong Ping said a few words and left the meeting hall under the escort of Liemo and the rest, heading toward the ravine. Yes, escort. Su Haoran and the other rank 9s were too embarrassed to follow them. They kept their eyes on them. However, in order to prevent any accidents, he still sent 2 rank 8s and 2 rank 7s to escort them there. As for Qin Fengqing, he was also escorted by a rank 7. It might be more appropriate to escort him. On the Bluestone Path, Fang Ping did not fly. He walked slowly along the Bluestone Path, smiling as he walked. Old Li, have you fully recovered from your injuries? Li Mo wanted to ignore him, but after some thought he said, I've recovered. I forgot to ask, are you at the peak of rank 8? This was not confidential, so Li Mo did not hide it. He replied, it's peak rank 8. You should have some understanding of rank 8. Rank 8 mainly cultivated the golden body. The strength of the golden body represented the level of the realm. The strength of the golden body could generally be measured by the limit of qi and blood it could withstand. Therefore, rank 8 mainly depended on the strength of the golden body forging. The golden body required qi, blood, mind, and imperishable substance to be forged over and over again. Strictly speaking, 9 times was the limit of the golden body. When the golden body was forged 9 times, the human body had also reached a limit. At this time, one could seek the path and walk on their own martial arts path. Fang Ping frowned slightly. Old Li, this is different from what MCMAU said. Fang Ping was no longer a rookie. He understood these things very well. He said, MCMAU saying that there is no such thing as 9 refinements. The vitality limit represents the strength of the golden body. However, MCMAU does not distinguish the number of times of forging. When vitality reaches 100,000 calories, that is the limit of rank 8. Li Mo laughed. The so-called 9 refinements is just a saying. It doesn't mean that one must forge the golden body 9 times. I'm talking about a theoretical limit. You should know by now that ancient martial artists should have a few directions, not just one. Some major in the physique, some major in mentality, and some do both at the same time. Among them, there are those who specialize in the unification of 10,000 paths. Speaking of unification of 10,000 paths, Li Mo said, unification of 10,000 paths is not to major in the physique. It seems to be similar to major in the physique, but in fact, it is a specialized cultivation process. For example, majoring in the physique is equivalent to studying cultural studies, majoring in one subject, but you still have to study the other subjects. However, if you specialize, you will only study the subject you choose and not learn anything else. Can you understand what I'm saying? Fang Ping laughed. I understand. It's very vivid. In that case, unification of 10,000 paths is actually still different from major in the physique. Yes, there is a difference. Li Mo explained again, this is not what I said. In fact, Polaricity does not understand the unification of 10,000 paths. This is what elder ancestor Su said. Back then, after the youth competition, after the incident, Polaricity was also shocked by the unification of 10,000 paths. Therefore, after elder ancestor Su returned, he asked for some advice. Only then did he know some of the differences. Unification of 10,000 paths, giving up everything else, is even more terrifying than the ancient martial artists who major in the physique. Li Mo explained for a while and said again, therefore the saying of 9 refinements is actually suitable for martial artists at the unification of 10,000 paths. Li Changsheng can complete the 9 refinements. At rank 8, he can forge an even stronger golden body. However, he can't give birth to imperishable substances, so this is another contradiction. The limit of his physique is probably only at the point where he can withstand 100,000 vitality. At that time, he must step onto the origin road. Rank 9 martial artists, the strength of their physique may not be much stronger than rank 8, unless they are at the peak. Ordinary rank 9 martial artists, even if they understand the origin path, will continue to forge their physiques, but the difference between them and rank 8 is not too big. If they really complete the 9 refinements of the golden body, rank 8 martial artists may be able to rely on the strength of their physique to compete with those who are not at the peak. 9 refinements is a legend. Modern martial artists, under normal circumstances, they're strong and weak. At the peak of rank 7, the moment the golden body completes the guidance, the vitality can reach 50,000 calories. I'm talking about when the golden body completes the guidance. At this time, they have actually stepped into rank 8. Therefore, it can also be said that the beginning of rank 8 is vitality, 50,000 calories, 50,000 to 60,000 vitality. This belongs to early stage rank 8. During this process, when we complete the second golden body, the first is the direct guidance. 60,000 to 70,000 calories. This belongs to middle stage rank 8. This is the third golden body. 70,000 to 80,000 calories. This is upper stage rank 8. This is the fourth golden body. 80,000 to 90,000 calories. This is peak rank 8. This is also the fifth golden body. However, some people are talented. At this time, they can still continue to forge the golden body. If they do not step on the origin path, then they can continue to forge the sixth golden body. At this time, the vitality limit is 100,000 calories, with a 100,000 calories vitality limit at the sixth golden body to enter rank 9. Among the rank 9, they will also be powerhouses. Wu Quixin was like this. Li Chongxing will probably be like this too. Li Chongxing used vitality to forge to that point. Therefore, this also causes peak rank 8 to have strong and weak rank 8. This also causes early stage rank 9 to have strong and weak rank 9. It is not simply a matter of the rank 9 origin path understanding. Liamo said a lot. Fong Ping suddenly realized and said, then 7 or 8 times of forging won't do. Yes, but again, you don't have enough imperishable substance. With this time, you might have entered rank 9 for a long time. Li Mo sighed softly. The biggest limitation of modern martial artists is the problem of the imperishable substance. Fong Ping, I heard that you want to find ancient martial arts cultivation methods. If you really find a cultivation method that can cultivate imperishable substance, then you will be a great hero to mankind. If that is the case, there will be a lot more high-ranked martial artists in an instant. Moreover, all high-ranked martial artists will enter a period of rapid improvement. Especially rank 8 martial artists. There are actually many rank 8 martial artists now, but everyone is limited by the imperishable substance, unable to cross the threshold quickly. Old Li, Star Town's patriarch, really did not find any ancient martial arts cultivation methods. But as far as I know, Commander Li and the others have entered the bounded boundaries before? Indeed, they did not find it. Li Mo pondered for a moment, looked at the few Star Town martial artists beside him, and said, since Patriarch Jiang has given you the information, you will find out soon. Star Town has been to the bounded boundaries before, but those who went were the half-crippled kind. The ones that are truly well-preserved are actually the ones that no one has entered. The Tiannan catacombs is actually well-preserved. Li Mo said in a low voice and continued, these half-crippled, bounded boundaries have cultivation methods, but there is no cultivation method that cultivates mentality. The patriarchs speculate that mentality cultivation methods should not be passed down through ancient books. But Fong Ping's face was full of anticipation, and Li Mo did not disappoint him. After a moment of silence, he said slowly, mentality cultivation methods should be the foundation of some bounded boundaries. Therefore, the cultivation method inheritance will not be passed down, but passed down in a way similar to the origin path inheritance. Mini-movies. Fong Ping suddenly realized something and shouted. At this moment, the few of them stopped in their tracks. Fong Ping, however, did not care about them and murmured, I understand now. I really understand now. If mentality cultivation methods are passed down in a way similar to the origin path, then it is an exclusive mini-movie, the same model as when the Vice-Chancellor watched Rose City, Lord's Origin last time. As for the bounded boundaries have this kind of inheritance. I think I know now. It should be that powerful origin. So that's how it is. In the crippled bounded boundaries, maybe this origin has already dissipated, or maybe it is unable to pass down cultivation methods. However, the bounded boundaries that are still well preserved now, the powerful origin still exists, so it can be passed down. And if you want to obtain cultivation methods, you can only go to these bounded boundaries that are well preserved. Also, I suspect that the cultivation methods of each clan might be slightly different. Some people mainly cultivate mentality, some mainly cultivate the flesh. Some cultivate both, some unite Daos. If you want to find the exclusive cultivation method of unite Daos, it will also depend on luck. Liamo gave him a strange look and said after a while, "You are very smart. The patriarchs actually said something similar." Fong Ping said modestly, "It's just so oldly you flatter me." After Fong Ping was done being humble, he chuckled and said, "Oldly, in that case, the patriarchs actually did not obtain this kind of inheritance, right?" "Should be." Liamo thought for a while and added, "Actually, there is also a possibility that the patriarchs obtained an incomplete inheritance. This kind of incomplete cultivation method caused the patriarchs to be unable to pass it down, or should I say, copy it. Many people have this kind of speculation, so I don't mind telling you. Fong Ping, if you can find a complete cultivation method and completely popularize it, all of humanity will be grateful to you." Fong Ping smiled bitterly. Old Li's expectations of me are really high. Even the Paragon Patriarchs did not get it. Even I don't believe that I can get it. Liamo said with a faint smile, "It's hard to say. The few of you have entered the bounded boundaries before. You must know the bounded boundaries are not a place that anyone can enter. The last time we went to Tianen, we were not sure if we could enter. Patriarch Yang's idea was to let a resurrected martial artist try to attack. Among those who died in the battle last time, there were resurrected martial artists. However, that batch of resurrected martial artists 1,000 years ago were only some intergenerational successors of the bounded boundaries. Whether they could do it or not, it's hard to say. You guys are different if you are that batch of people from the King Battleground. Actually, you can match up, you guys can enter. Even if you can obtain the inheritance now, when you reach rank 9 and understand the origin, the possibility is very high." Having said that, Liamo continued, "This is also one of the reasons why old ancestor Jiang gave you the information. If there are no accidents, some well-preserved bounded boundaries will be introduced in the information. Actually, the old ancestors still hope that you guys can enter, including King Wu and the others. Therefore, at this stage, no one wants to see you guys fall, but wait for you guys to reach rank 9, enter the bounded boundaries, and obtain the cultivation method." Fong Ping's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that there were some things that everyone knew, but they did not say it out loud. Perhaps the last time they returned from the bounded boundaries, Qin Fengqing, this guy, showed an unusual behavior, and Zhang Tao had probably already guessed it. This batch of people was not in the same group as the previous resurrected martial artists. This time, Old Yao and the Hall of Myriad Origins reacted, which further confirmed this point. Therefore, Warlord gave them more information. Zhang Tao's meaning was also very clear. In the upcoming battles, it was best for Fong Ping and the others not to participate and to cultivate in peace. When they reached rank 9, perhaps they could enter the bounded boundaries and obtain the inheritance. Sure enough, when martial artists reached this realm, there were not many who were fools. Everyone had their own guesses, but they did not say it out loud. Also, those people 1,000 years ago were indeed related to the bounded boundaries. Intergenerational descendants. Perhaps it was more appropriate to say that they were the Earth Branch. The real elites of the bounded boundaries might have all died in battle in the King Battlegrounds. Back then, Earth might have been the outer sect of some bounded boundaries. After the battle in the King battlegrounds ended, the elites of the bounded boundaries were completely annihilated, and these outer sect disciples might have lost their inheritance. Fong Ping vaguely had a rough idea of what happened 1,000 years ago. When he went back and compared it with the information on the information, he could more or less come to a conclusion. The history of martial arts has been completely revealed to me. Fong Ping exhaled in his heart. The reason why he wanted to trace all these was not just for the history, but to obtain more useful information, to obtain some things that he wanted. After chatting with Liamo along the way, when they arrived at the valley again, Fong Ping suddenly looked at Liamo, smiled, and said, "Oldly, will you consider going to MCMAU to teach for a period of time?" Liamo stared at him blankly, speechless for a while. Fong Ping chuckled. "After staying in Suppressing Star City for so many years, aren't you bored at all? I think Old Li is probably bored of the King battlegrounds. Also, if you don't reach rank 9, you can't go to the core area. The world is very big and very exciting. 108 outer territories. How many of them has Old Li been to? Have you ever experienced the limitless scenery of the outer territories? Going to the bounded boundaries for a walk, going to the royal city to take a look, going to the forbidden lands for a spin, seeing different royal city, different outer territories, seeing different guardian monster plants and monsters, competing with different royal city lords. This is life. In the King battlegrounds, fighting with rank 8 catacombs martial artists, fighting back and forth. I think those people are also the same. You can't kill me. I can't kill you. I'm afraid they fought until they want to vomit. Only by going to more places can they better understand their own martial arts heart and embark on a martial arts path that belongs to them. Senior Warlord and the others have needs. They need you to find information and opportunities for them to take a higher step. But if you don't reach rank 9, can you really help the old ancestors? Old Li came out for a spin. Maybe he could reach rank 9 soon, then return to the King battlegrounds. That would be more useful. There are many powerhouses in Star Town, but doesn't Old Li feel oppressed and limited? Look at the outside world. Minister Zhang is at the peak, and Minister Nan is close. There are more and more rank 9 martial artists. Vice-Chancellor Wu entered rank 9. Guardian Wu became a guardian at a young age. General Tian also entered rank 9. Others, like Commander Guo, also entered rank 9 one after another. Old Li was someone who fought with the old Vice-Chancellor back then. If the old Vice-Chancellor was not too seriously injured, he might have entered rank 9 many years ago. Now, looking back, don't you have any regrets, Old Li? Liamo was speechless. Did he have regrets? Of course he did. Were there no powerhouses in Star Town who did not have regrets? In this life, Star Town, King Battlegrounds, Star Town, and so on and so forth. 108 outer territories. How many have been to them? The limitless scenery of the outer territories. How many have they experienced? Not to mention the catacombs, the human world. Sino Nation is so big. How many places have they been to? When they were young, they even went out to explore. Now that they are old, it seems like they have not gone out for many years. The last time they went out was to MCMAU, and it was because of the juniors. Beside them, the other 3 people's eyes were also flickering. Fong Ping smiled. Of course, the King battlegrounds still need manpower. If there are fewer people, it will also cause pressure on the other seniors. But the younger generation is also growing. Jiang Hao, Su Ziyu, and the others are also gradually becoming stronger. Li Fei and the others are also constantly improving. I think Jiang Chao is not too far away from rank 7. That includes some resurrected martial artist seniors. Actually, they don't have to stay in Star Town and go to the King battlegrounds to explore. Maybe they don't have the qualifications. But I think that if the venerable progenitors speak up, it's not impossible for one person to exchange for another. The small Star Town is heaven and hell at the same time. Would high-ranked powerhouses be willing to stay here for the rest of their lives? If they are not high-ranked, it will be dangerous to go out. This is understandable. The younger generation is still young. It is normal to cultivate to rank 6 before going out. But the seniors are not young anymore, Fong Ping sighed. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. An ordinary person's lifetime will pass. At this time, there were already many resurrected martial artists gathering around. Fong Ping sighed again. Day after day, staying in Star Town all day long is indeed safe. However, cultivating martial arts to this level is just for retirement. To cultivate one's character, martial arts must fight. In the outside world, which martial artist does not know the saying, which martial artist does not understand that martial arts must fight. Therefore, in the neo-martial era, 100 flowers bloomed. Powerhouses emerged continuously, and batches of seniors shed their blood. Even if they died in the catacombs, they would still be praised by future generations. Countless years later, some people remembered the 2 guardians who started the neo-martial era. Some people remembered the 3 ministers who led the neo-martial era to glory. Some people remembered MCMAU's old vice-chancellor and other seniors who sacrificed themselves. Some people remembered Axe King and the others who died in battle in Tiananmen. However, dying of old age in Star Town, how many people would know? Did martial artists live for fame and fortune? No, it was not for fame and fortune. However, in one's lifetime, cultivating to a high rank in the outside world, everyone could be called a grandmaster. However, could some high-ranked martial artists be called grandmasters? High-ranked martial artists, that's what some people call them, not some grandmaster. I'm not talented. I'm only 20 years old, but I can still earn the reputation of Grandmaster Fong. I'm very proud, very proud. Fong Ping looked around and looked at Hui Hong and the others. He smiled and said, Master Hui Hong, when you go out, will anyone call you Grandmaster Hui Hong? Mr. Zihu, what about you? Someone like old Li can still be called a Grandmaster when he fights in the Land of Kings, but the few of you, I've overstepped my boundaries. Let me say something from the bottom of my heart. Have any of you called me that before? Don't tell me that we don't even want to leave a trace in this lifetime. A martial artist should live a carefree life. Everyone should know that I am a grandmaster, fighting for fame, but not for fame and fortune. Fong Ping's voice grew louder. He said clearly, years later, even if I really die in battle in the catacombs, there will still be people who will know that Grandmaster Fong Ping once fought for humanity and killed countless enemies in the catacombs. Even if I die, I'll be content and have no regrets. Years later, who will remember all of you, resurrected martial artists, everyone, people like you, in the eyes of the higher-ups, in the eyes of the powerhouses, have no name. There's only one synonym, resurrected martial artists. The living are actually not as good as the dead. Although they're alive, although they've lived to a high rank, they don't even leave behind a name. Hui Hong is a figure from 1,000 years ago. He's so alive that he doesn't even have his own name. Resurrected martial artists actually want to borrow the name of their past lives. Ridiculous and sad. I'm Fong Ping, he's Wang Jinyang, he's Li Hansong, he's Yao Chengjun. We've lived for ourselves. Fong Ping said loudly, who in the outside world doesn't know us? Who would treat us as figures from our past lives? We live for ourselves, not for our past lives. I don't want others to only know that there was a resurrected martial artist who lived and died without even leaving behind a name after I die. As Fong Ping said that, Hui Hong and the others' faces flushed. Fong Ping said loudly again, Master Hui Hong, do you have your own name? Or do you only remember that you're Monk Hui Hong, the abbot of Eternal Peace Temple from 1,000 years ago? Monk Hui Hong's expression changed drastically. He said in a low voice, I'm Guo Shengquan. I have a surname. I'm Guo Shengquan. I'm Fei Zihu. I'm Guan Fu. Scholar Zihu also looked like he was struggling. The crowd gradually became restless. When Liamo and the others saw this scene, their faces went blank. Something big had happened. Far away, Su Haren let out a long sigh, murmuring, "We've led the wolf into the house. We've led the wolf into the house." This kind of guy shouldn't be allowed to take a step into Startown. He's better at talking than Marshal King, and he can stir people's hearts. I'm afraid our Startown is going to be in chaos. Hurry up and chase him away. He's still instigating the resurrected martial artist now. Once he enters the city and instigates our clan's disciples. Yes, hurry up and chase him away. My grandson is still young and has just entered rank for... He's been making a fuss about going out. If he's instigated, hurry up and chase him away. Words are like knives. Hui Hong and the others don't have much experience. I'm afraid they're going to fall into a trap. Many of the family heads heaved a long sigh. Star Town had really made a mistake this time. The mistake was that they should not have invited these guys into the city. It was a huge mistake. They had always let the resurrected martial artists do whatever they wanted. They let them come and go as they pleased. Many of these people had lived in Star Town for their entire lives. They were not stupid, but they were really much more naive than the martial artists in the outside world. If Fong Ping's words were said to old foxes like Wu Quishan, it would be fine if they just listened. They probably would not take it seriously. However, if he said these things to Hui Hong and the others, they would really get into trouble. At this moment, Su Haren, who was the first to invite Fong Ping and the others, was really regretting it. He should not have been so talkative. Chapter 652. In the valley, the atmosphere became more and more restless. A middle-ranked martial artist said in a muffled voice, "Although we're not high-ranked martial artists, we're willing to live as we are." Even if he couldn't leave his name in history, he didn't want to waste his life. "Mr. Fong, I haven't been in the mortal world for a long time. It's time to go out." Fong Ping smiled. "If you're interested, you can go to MCMAU to teach." "Of course, I don't recommend martial artists below the high ranks to go to MCMAU. It's not that I'm looking down on the seniors, but the middle ranks are relatively more dangerous. Of course, if you really want to go, Fong Ping welcomes you. Seniors, you don't have to participate in any battles. I, Fong Ping, can guarantee this. Teaching and educating people is also contributing to mankind." Fong Ping said in a clear voice, "Can martial artists only live by fighting? No, that's not it. If you teach well and produce a group of genius martial artists, a group of experts who can contribute to humanity, then you will have done a great service to humanity." There were tens of thousands of MCMAU students, but less than 1,000 instructors. Among these 1,000 people, there were still hundreds of people guarding the catacombs. There were less than 300 martial artists who had the time to teach. With such a small number of people, this is teaching martial arts. There can be no mistakes. A person's energy is limited, and he still has to cultivate. Is it really okay for one person to teach dozens of students? Fong Ping sighed softly. In MCMEU, many things are taught. There were liberal arts and martial arts. For example, in terms of understanding of the history of martial arts, could the MCMEU instructors compare to the seniors? Aspiring martial artists and low-ranked martial artists hone their bones and hone their bodies. Could it be that the seniors could not teach them this? The indifferent personalities of the seniors made them more suitable to teach students. Some of our teachers are used to killing, so they lack patience. When students have questions that they don't understand, they would often ask it once. If they ask it again, they would be reprimanded. But what about the seniors? Although I don't know much about you seniors, seeing how peaceful this place is, I presume that you seniors are also warm people. It would be a pity if such a person wasn't a teacher. Fong Ping lamented, "Fighting isn't the only thing a martial artist can do. Everyone has their own role, and gold will always shine. When you nurture a grandmaster, a supreme expert, what kind of pride would you have? What kind of achievement was this? Martial arts universities were all-inclusive, and 100 flowers blossomed. If they were interested in researching the production of pills or the forging of weapons, they could find like-minded friends in martial arts universities to research together. Seniors should have some understanding of the spirit recovery pill. Even now, humans are unable to concoct it. If someone were to research this kind of medicinal pill and improve it, what kind of great achievement would that be? Fong Ping sighed. It's a pity that we're short on manpower. This kind of work is really suitable for all of you seniors. Walking out of Startown, forgetting the past, and living a life of my own. It's hard to say, but easy to say. It's just a matter of a single thought. Following Fong Ping's words, some people asked, if we go to MCMAU, our families, rest assured, seniors, what happened in the past will remain the same in the future. Moreover, MCMAU has a benefit that no other place can compare to. At this moment, Fong Ping saw that old Wang was ready to make a move. He saw that Li Hansong was about to open his mouth to speak. He cursed in his heart, trying to pick the fruits of his labor? Impossible. I, Fong Ping, managed to swindle my way into my hands. How could I let you guys take advantage of me? Without giving them a chance to interrupt him, Fong Ping said quickly, a few days ago, MCMAU broke into a royal city. Right now, MCMAU has a huge energy mineral vein underground. This is something that no other martial arts university can compare to. If seniors do not go down to the catacombs, the resources they receive will be limited. In other schools, it'll be very difficult to sustain their cultivation. However, it's different in MCMAU. Just the existence of the mineral vein is enough to sustain seniors' cultivation. Even in Startown, other than the martial arts tower, the other places are far inferior to MCMAU's cultivation environment. Fong Ping spoke for a while. Beside him, old Wang and old Yao wanted to speak a few times, but were forcefully interrupted by Fong Ping. Wang Jinyang's expression changed again and again. This bastard. Can't he give us a chance? How many grandmasters do you have in MCMAU? 8. How many here? 12. If they all went to MCMAU, there would be 20. What about NMAU? How pitiful. In such a big NMAU, he was the only one. How miserable. He wanted to speak a few times, but in the end he could not. His heart was inexplicably sorrowful. How could he lead NMAU to rise again? He was not as thick-skinned as he was. He was not as eloquent as he was. He was not as good at bluffing as he was. He did not earn as many resources as he did. With this, could he still lead NMAU to surpass MCMAU? He was gloomy. Yao Qingjun was so gloomy that he wanted to vomit blood. He was the owner of the Hall of Myriad Origins. Logically speaking, if these people really wanted to leave the mountain, they should go to FMS. But now, it seemed like there was nothing for him to do. If the Vice-Chancellor finds out about this, will he kill me? Yao Qingjun was a little aggrieved. If the Vice-Chancellor found out that he once had hopes of bringing 12 high ranks to FMS just because he did not know how to say anything, but MCMAU snatched them away, he would probably beat him to death, right? He wanted to speak a few times, but Fong Ping did not stop talking. There was not even a pause. Just when Fong Ping was done and he wanted to interrupt, Fong Ping suddenly threw out a sentence. I'll inform MCMAU's Vice-Chancellor when I get out. Let the Vice-Chancellor personally come to Starfate Town and wait. Seniors, if you've thought it through, make some arrangements to meet up with the Vice-Chancellor at Starfate Town and go to MCMAU together. MCMAU will arrange everything properly. We won't let you seniors go unnoticed. More than 10,000 MCMAU instructors and students are all waiting for you seniors' arrival in MCMAU. Seniors, I hope that we can work together to create a new era of glory and bring this era to its peak. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ping turned around and left. As he walked, he said, I won't say any more. The decision is entirely up to you seniors. Old Wang, old Yao, I'm leaving. Yao Chengjun, Wang Jinyang. The few of them looked helpless. But what else could they say now? Before he left, Wang Jinyang thought for a while and said, "Seniors, you can also consider NMAU. You can also consider FMS." Li Hansong was just about to speak when he suddenly felt a murderous aura. He was embarrassed and did not say another word. Fang Ping would kill him. Although the two of them had choked out those words, the others did not seem to care much. This made the two of them even more sullen. After leaving the valley, Yao Chengjun said gloomily, "The Hall of Myriad Origins is mine." Fang Ping smiled. "It's yours. No one will snatch it away." "Then they're not yours. They're humans, senior martial artists. They're free." "Old Yao, your way of thinking is unacceptable." Fang Ping said seriously, "We're all martial artists who are fighting for the rise of humanity. Are you saying that these seniors are yours too?" Yao Qingjun held it in for a long time and said uncomfortably, "All right, I won't say it any more." "That's right." Fang Ping laughed and looked at Liam O and the others. "Old Li, you should consider it too. This is actually a good opportunity. MCMAU's doors will always be open to you." As he spoke, Jiang Hao and Su Ziyu came with light step from afar. Before Jiang Hao could speak, Su Ziyu said loudly, "Vice-Chancellor Fang, my grandfather and the others have already prepared a banquet in Starfate Town. It's getting late. Vice-Chancellor Fang, come with me to eat." Fang Ping did not say anything for a long time. What did she mean? Starfate Town? Did they need to go to Starfate Town to eat? They were chasing him away. Jiang Hao was much more direct. He said simply, "Go eat. After you're done, you should go back earlier. The earlier you return to Magic City, the earlier you can cultivate." Fang Ping looked gloomy. "They're actually chasing me away. Starfate City's hospitality is really lacking." Beside him, Liam O and the others looked like they were escorting him. Liam O smiled and said, "Fang Ping, since the banquet is ready, let's go now. I'll go look for Qin Fengqing in the city. No need." Jiang Hao chuckled. "Qin Fengqing has already left a step earlier." He said it through gritted teeth. Qin Fengqing was escorted away directly, forcefully escorted. That fellow had defeated 3 people in a short period of time, vomiting 3 liters of blood in each battle. He looked like he was about to die. In the end, he could still fight, and he could still win. The group of youngsters in the city were like idiots, foolishly taking the bait and letting Qin Fengqing fish. A few of the family heads could not stand it anymore. They directly ordered people to forcefully escort that fellow out of the city. When Qin Fengqing left, he was reluctant to part with them. His voice was mournful. When he said goodbye to those youngsters, his tears were about to fall. He really could not bear to leave them. As for Jiang Chao, who had taken the side of the evildoer, Jiang Yuanhua was now at home beating the dog, preparing to beat that fatty to death. Qin Fengqing left. Fang Ping was speechless. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he could not help but laugh. All right, I'll go. All right? Actually, I wanted to make a trip to the Hall of Myriad Origins." Su Ziyu smiled. "There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. It's not really necessary for a rank 7 to comprehend the origin. As for whether there was a chance or not, that would be another time." Fine. Fang Ping lamented. "Then let's go. I didn't expect to have to leave after just one morning. I haven't had the time to visit the martial arts tower, the treasure room, and the seclusion grounds of the Paragon ancestors. It's such a pity." The corners of their mouths twitched. If you continued to visit, Star Town would become MCMAU's. Get lost while it's still early. 6 powerhouses escorted them along the way, not allowing anyone from Star Town to come close. They personally escorted them out of the main gate and into Starfate Town. It was not until they reached Star Town that everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Starfate Town, the compound where they stayed last night. Su Haoran had already prepared a banquet. When Fang Ping and the others arrived, he drank a glass of wine without saying a word and said immediately, "There are still some trivial matters at home. I'll go back first. Enjoy yourselves." Return to MCMAU as soon as you're done eating. Don't let Vice Chancellor Wu and the others worry. Having said that, the old man ran away quickly and left immediately. What the hell is this? Fong Ping sighed. Jiang Hao smiled faintly. If you didn't cause a ruckus, everyone would have welcomed you. But look at them now. What's the situation now? Fong Ping was helpless. He glanced at Qin Fengqing and said impatiently, I told you not to challenge people. You just had to cause trouble and drag us down. Qin Fengqing looked innocent. What does this have to do with me? I've only fought 3 battles and obtained a divine weapon, a stalk of dark moon grass, and a few caddies of energy stones. These things are just a drop in the bucket for them. It shouldn't be because of me. However, he was too lazy to say anything since Fong Ping was trying to shift the blame. They did not say anything else. It would be a waste if they did not eat. They would talk about it after eating. In order to chase them away, Stellar Sky City had put in a lot of good stuff. It was not inferior to last night's banquet. At the table, Su Ziyu and Jiang Hao did not say much. This was because the family heads had said that it was fine to just send them away. They were not allowed to talk too much. Su Haoran even warned Su Ziyu that if she spoke more than 10 sentences, he would break her leg. Helpless, Su Ziyu did not want to talk anymore. An hour later, outside Starfate Town, on top of the ancient city wall, 2 rank 7 martial artists did not say a word. They watched them leave. They did not say anything like, come back next time either. If they left, then don't come back. At the place where he parked his car yesterday, Fong Ping dialed MCMAU's number as soon as he got into the car and asked someone to inform Wu Quishan to come here to pick them up. After he hung up, Wang Jinyang said, How many people do you think will come out? It's hard to say for the middle ranks. The high ranks Stellar Sky City probably won't stop them because they've already comprehended the origin. They've collected all the origin energy that they need. 12 high ranks. Not many. 3 to 5 won't be a problem. If that's the case, MCMAU will have more than 10 high ranks? Fong Ping laughed. Honestly speaking, MCMAU won't let these resurrected seniors enter the catacombs. I'm serious when I say they're going to teach. It's just for show. It's mainly to relieve the pressure on MCMAU instructors. With the current situation, some instructors are needed to guard Skygate City. There are many instructors in the southern area who are cultivating in seclusion. In terms of teachers, we're really lacking. High-ranked martial artists are full of energy. If they really want to teach, it's not a problem for them to teach 30 to 50 students. Moreover, high-ranked martial artists have high expectations. It's not difficult for them to teach a batch of middle-ranked students. They did not say anything. Wang Jinyang said again. Senior Warlord gave us the information. Let's take a look. Fong Ping was also a little impatient. He quickly took out the stack of animal skin books. These were probably made by Warlord after he killed the monsters at Mount Royal Sea and skinned them. The animal skins in this stack of animal skin books were actually the skins of rank 7 monsters. Although the animal skin books looked like a lot, in reality there were only 4 or 5 books. Fong Ping took one out. It did not have a title. This was Warlord and the others' casual records. Fong Ping glanced at it and said, This is about the resurrected martial artists from 1,000 years ago. Fong Ping read and said, 1,000 years ago, all the major sects, clans, including the imperial family at that time, high-ranked powerhouses, gathered at River Tomb Prefecture. Under the leadership of the Devil Emperor Unquestionable Jian, Fong Ping saw this and touched his chin. He said strangely, only the Devil Emperor Unquestionable Jian. The other 2 powerhouses didn't say anything. There should be 3 leaders 1,000 years ago. The other 2 were not introduced at all. Wang Jinyang said slowly, Unquestionable Jian is a martial artist from the ancient martial arts era. He should be the oldest and the most qualified. It's normal to only introduce him. Continue. These people gathered at River Tomb Prefecture to do something big. to change the world, to break the passageway to the immortal world, to prevent the end of martial arts. When Fang Ping said this, he instantly understood everything. I see. I knew it. So that's how it is. When the battle at the King battlefield ended, the passageway was probably already closed. In the era of sex, the catacombs were regarded as the immortal world. Do you still remember the records of West Mountain's Guangxing Temple? The immortal world was discovered. In the era of sex, I'm afraid the catacombs were called the immortal world. The passageway was closed, and the energy between the two worlds was no longer interconnected. Earth's energy weakened, and the end of martial arts arrived. At this time, unquestionable Jian came out and gathered the current powerhouses, wanting to forcefully open the passageway, attack the catacombs, and continue to open the passageway. Fang Ping said while continuing, I was right. It was indeed to open the passageway and guide energy into Earth. Unquestionable Jian knew the dangers of the catacombs. He also knew that after opening the passageway, they might face a catastrophe. But after 1,000 years, Earth's energy disappeared, and the powerhouses became fewer and fewer. It's no longer the glory of the ancient martial arts era. If this goes on, martial arts might enter the era of no high ranks. Even these high ranks are weakening. Without the support of energy, the powerhouses are becoming fewer and fewer. That's why he gathered all the high-rank powerhouses at that time just to do this big thing. Having said that, Fang Ping started flipping through other animal skin books. Very quickly, he found what he wanted and continued. As expected, warlords speculated that unquestionable Jian was a survivor of the King battlefield battle. He might also be the only survivor. After he escaped from the King battlefield, he returned to Earth. Meanwhile, everyone in the boundary zone died in battle. Those who didn't die in battle also died after forcefully sealing the passageway between the two realms. That's why at that time, the two realms no longer interacted. Unquestionable Jian kept a low profile for 1,000 years, but he came out after 1,000 years. At this point, Fang Ping's gaze flickered slightly. Warlords speculated that unquestionable Jian might have a cultivation technique from the ancient martial arts era. Among the 3 palaces, the one that belongs to unquestionable Jian might have a cultivation technique. In that palace, perhaps unquestionable Jian's origin inheritance is preserved. As for whether there is or not, he's not sure either. Old Yao, this depends on you. When you're able to open that palace, you must go and give it a try. As he said that, Fang Ping continued flipping through the animal skin books, introducing, Warlord isn't sure about the outcome that time, but he speculated that the passageway was opened and they attacked the catacombs, and a great battle with the catacombs' powerhouses happened. In the end, the entire army was annihilated and no one came back. The Hall of Myriad Origins was actually not found in the catacombs, but in the River Tomb Prefecture, which is also the place where they gathered back then. As he said that, Fang Ping asked doubtfully, Do you guys know where the River Tomb Prefecture is? Qin Fengqing said scornfully, Fang Ping, you really need to learn more. You practically don't know a thing about this knowledge. Based on 1,000 years ago, the River Tomb Prefecture should be the area under the jurisdiction of the current Beihu province. To put it more directly, it's the place where Guan Yu II died in battle. Fang Ping shot him a glance, cursing under his breath. You're getting ahead of yourself. I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later. Beihu, Fang Ping muttered. Beihu has the catacombs, and Beihu is the 10 southern territories. The Nanjiang catacombs we went to previously is the 9 southern territories, and Tianan is the 11 southern territories. Could it be that they gathered at Beihu to open that passageway there? That means that they attacked the 10 southern territories back then. On the other side, Wang Jinyang said softly, Don't forget the origin of unquestionable Jian, an abandoned disciple of Purple Cap Mountain. Purple Cap Mountain. Purple Cap Mountain should be the mysterious Purple Grotto's illumination of the 36 grottos. Li Hansong continued, mysterious purple grotto's illumination, according to its current geographical location, should also be in the Beihu area, which is the River Tomb Prefecture 1,000 years ago. Wang Jinyang said again, Fang Ping, look again, see if the bounded zone is a grotto or blessed land. In that era, it's normal for buildings that are like heavenly palaces to be called grotto or blessed land. Remember the last time we went to the Tian'an catacombs? What we saw? At that time, we saw the 2 words mausoleum cave, right? Fang Ping nodded, continuing to flip through the animal skin book, saying, Warlord and the rest guessed so too, but they can't be completely sure. However, the probability of the bounded zone being a grotto or blessed land is very high. Then we're right, Wang Jinyang said again. After that, I looked up a lot of information. Over in Tian'an, there's the Void Mausoleum Grotto. And Tian'an catacombs and Beihu catacombs are adjacent. This means that we found the Void Mausoleum Grotto. And on the other side of Beihu catacombs, which is to the west, is mysterious Purple Grotto's illumination. Unquestionable sword came from Purple Cap Mountain. Then he brought people to attack familiar places. Then there are traces to follow. Maybe he also wanted to return to Purple Cap Mountain, not leaving the mountain for 1,000 years. The catacombs closed for 1,000 years. Maybe he also wanted to see if there were any acquaintances around. Fang Ping was still reading at this moment, muttering, Actually, I also guessed before that the bounded zone is a grotto or blessed land. When I saw the 2 words mausoleum cave in Tian'an, I had some ideas later. Previously, when I saw Purple Cap Mountain inside, I also thought of mysterious purple grotto's illumination. Now it seems that my guess was right. As Fang Ping said that, he flipped a page of the animal skin book, saying, Beihu catacombs, the bounded zone on both the east and west, are perfectly preserved. The east is the bounded zone that we went to last time, Void Mausoleum Grotto. The west is Purple Cap Mountain, where Unquestionable Sword is at mysterious Purple Grotto's illumination. And Beihu Catacombs is in the 10 Southern Territories, adjacent to Nanjiang Catacombs in 9 Southern Territories. There's another bounded zone west of Nanjiang Catacombs. As Fang Ping said that, he smiled and said, Of the 2 tokens we obtained, one is engraved with Lu Yang, the other is engraved with Zhang Xian. I originally thought it was a person's name. Now it seems that I was wrong. Zhang Xian, Xuande Grotto, ruled by Sage Zhang. Lu Yang, Dongyang is hidden in the sky, ruled by Sage Lu. Li Han Song continued, Sage, that is under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court. As expected, it matches. Li Han Song said excitedly, Everything matches. The bounded zone is a blessed grotto, ruled by the Heavenly Court. During the mythological era, the Heavenly Court was above the blessed grotto. I should have known the master of Void Mausoleum Grotto back then. Maybe I am not only the general of the Northern Expedition, but also the master of a large grotto. Of course, maybe my mansion is not in the bounded zone, or maybe it is somewhere else. But the bounded zone definitely existed since the mythological era. Everyone ignored him. Wang Jinyang thought for a while and said, Dongyang is hidden in the sky, in the area of Nans today. Xuande Grotto is in the land of Sanqin. In Nans, it seems that no catacombs have opened. Nanjiang, Nans, and Nanha provinces did not have a single catacomb before. After that, Nanjiang's catacombs opened. If that's the case, Dongyang is hidden in the sky, may not be in other catacombs. Maybe it has not opened in the last catacomb. Of course, it is also possible that the geographical location in reality may not correspond to the location of these catacombs. Fang Ping, is there an introduction to the information given by Senior Warlord? Fang Ping looked at it for a while, shook his head, and said, There is an introduction, but not much, very general. For example, there is a boundary zone in Magic City Catacombs that is well preserved. I don't know where it is because the Paragon will not go deep to explore. Others may not be able to find any clues. There is a well-preserved Tian'an Catacombs, and that is the Void Mausoleum Grotto that we discovered. North Lake Catacombs. Both sides are well preserved. It is the void Mausoleum Grotto and the possible Zishuan Grotto Heaven. Currently, there are only a total of 8 well-preserved bounded zones in Sino Nation. Therefore, our token may be useful, or it may be completely useless. Get the token, find the corresponding bounded zone, and even have the aura of the corresponding bounded zone. F*CK, the probability of this is really too small. The catacombs that Commander Lee entered back then might have been a well-preserved catacomb. I don't know if it was repeated attempts or if it was a one-time occurrence. If he found it on his first try, Commander Lee's luck is not worse than old Zhang's. Sure enough, there are Destiny's children in every era. These two were also Destiny's children in the past. The probability of Li Jinning entering the bounded zones was actually still very low. Every time he ventured into a well-preserved bounded zone, it was actually extremely dangerous. The more he ventured, the more dangerous it would be. Therefore, the probability of him finding it on his first try was not low. If this was not Destiny's child, then what was? As Fang Ping and the others spoke, Li Hansong was still foolishly laughing. Since the Blessed Grotto is real, then the Heavenly Court is also real. Fang Ping, you don't even know how nervous I was when I came over here this time. However, I didn't find my origins aura here, and Old Yao was confirmed to be an ancient martial artist. Now that I've confirmed this information, Fang Ping, I won't doubt your words anymore. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. Wang Jinyang and the others simply ignored him. Yao Qingjun muttered, "Then are we going to the Triqin catacombs next?" Over at Triqin, is there a well-preserved, bounded zone? There is one, Fang Ping said, muttering, and this bounded zone is the one between the Triqin catacombs and the Shishan catacombs. As for the Shishan catacombs, guess which catacombs is adjacent to it? The Forbidden Catacombs. Fang Ping squinted and laughed. Interesting. The Forbidden Catacombs is the 18 Southern Territories. The Shishan Catacombs is the 17 Southern Territories. The Triqin Catacombs is the 16 Southern Territories. The Capital City Catacombs is the 19 Southern Territories. In other words, if we want to go to the Xuanda Grotto, whether we go to the Triqin Catacombs or the Shishan Catacombs, it's all the same. If we go to the Shishan Catacombs, the Triqin Catacombs to the west, and the Forbidden Catacombs to the east, the Forbidden Catacombs is going to war. Everyone looked at him. What did he mean? Fang Ping shrugged. Why are you looking at me? I'm just analyzing. Speaking of which, we're getting more and more information now. Magic City, 7 Southern Territories. Donglin, 8 Southern Territories. Nanjiang, 9 Southern Territories. Beihu, 10 Southern Territories. Tianan, 11 Southern Territories. West Sea, 12 Southern Territories. Beijiang, 13 Southern Territories. South Capital, 20 Southern Territories. Beside him, Qin Fengqing said lazily, Fang Ping, these are all public information. There's no need to repeat it. Don't tell me you haven't played the Otherworld invasion that you're endorsing? It's written clearly on it, okay. I suggest you play it. 1 territory, 1 zone. Currently, Sino Nation has 24 zones that are open. There's still 1 zone that hasn't been opened yet. It's going to be opened as a new zone. You don't say. This game is quite useful. I know more about these things than you do. You're an endorser, yet you're still analyzing this with us. Fang Ping looked confused. Was that so? He seemed to have forgotten about this game. Beside him, Wang Jinyang also said, This game is quite interesting. I've played it a few times too. I've always been playing it in the Nanjiang catacombs. Fang Ping, the battle we had in the catacombs, was also made into a dungeon. You can watch it when you have time. It's quite interesting. Fang Ping was speechless. So all of you are playing? Playing with things can distract one's will. Let's not talk about this anymore. If we're going to explore, we'll go to the Shishan catacombs next time. Coincidentally, I heard that Shishan catacombs has opened up as an arcane realm this year for new students to cultivate, As soon as he said that, Yao Qingjun suddenly said, "If we go, inform Shishan Catacombs to evacuate all the new students." Feng Ping was dumbfounded. What did that mean? Even if we go, we'll still be going to the domain zone. What do you mean by speaking like the West Mountain Catacombs is going to be in big trouble? Qin Fengqing, who was driving, added insult to injury. I'm just afraid that they won't let us go. If they don't let us enter the Shishan Catacombs, will they let us enter the Triqin Catacombs? Feng Ping suddenly said viciously, "It's all your fault. I'm a great general. Can't I go to the catacombs? You guys are always looking for trouble." Wang Jinyang said indifferently, "The ones who are blacklisted are you and Qin Fengqing. What does it have to do with us? Also, it's best not to enter the Forbidden City during the Great Battle. Otherwise, if you go to the West Mountain Catacombs, the seniors in charge of Mount Royal C won't be at ease. But then again, at that time, the Shishan Catacombs should also have paragons keeping watch, so there was no need to worry about the paragons from the opposite side entering. In this way, it will prevent the peerless experts from running away." Feng Ping glared at him. "I told you, go to the land of bounded boundaries. Go to the land of bounded boundaries. Why would I provoke the apex?" Chapter 653. It was noisy the whole way. Feng Ping only remembered something when he was halfway there. "Old Qin, where is it?" "What? Don't pretend, we agreed." Qin Fengqing's face was gloomy. Feng Ping had done nothing but promise to compensate him if he lost. The key was that he didn't lose. But now he was going to take half of it. He couldn't bear to. Just a divine weapon and a stalk of dark moon grass, and those energy stones. Feng Ping added. Qin Fengqing was about to vomit blood. He said gloomily, "You have a mine. You already have AF * King Big Mine, and you're interested in my meager mine?" Feng Ping said seriously, "Even blood brothers should settle their accounts clearly. If you lose, then I have to use my life essence to make up for your hole. Since we've agreed on it, of course, we have to split it all." A mosquito's leg was still meat. How could there be a reason to complain about having too little meat? Qin Fengqing felt even more helpless. He said, "I'll give you all the energy stones. Give me the dark moon grass and the divine weapon. 10 billion divine weapons, 5 billion dark moon grass, and 300 million energy stones per caddy. You have about 10 caddies here. How about this? The divine weapon will be one share, the dark moon grass and the energy stones will be the other. Which one do you want?" Qin Fengqing rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Fatty said he wants a share too." "Then I just want the dark moon grass. I can't cut off Fatty's line. Then what you? If you can't do it, you can sell the divine weapon. It's enough for you to cultivate." Qin Fengqing grew even more gloomy. He tossed an energy crystal box to Feng Ping and scolded, "You're so evil. You're so rich that you won't even let go of such a small amount of money." "Nonsense. Is 5 billion a small amount? Your family's money is worth 5 billion. Feng Ping could not be bothered with him. He put away the dark moon grass and watched as his wealth increased by 500,000 points. He felt pretty good. Although this bit of wealth was not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth, it was still money. 5 billion. Just a mouthful. Feng Ping muttered in his heart. He was getting a little too full of himself now. But at least he managed to make up for the wealth that old Qin had used up during his cultivation. Previously, in order to help Qin Fengqing, he had used up about the same amount. He couldn't just let it out and not take it in. Wealth, 198. 6 million points vitality. 17,500 calories. 17,888 calories mentality. 2,100 hertz. 2,199 hertz. Power of destruction. Bones honed. 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space. 1,000 cubic meters plus. Energy barrier. 1 point/minute plus aura simulation. 10 per minute plus, out of more than 200 million wealth points previously. Fong Ping spent 45 million to upgrade the storage space and 5 million to repair the materialized objects. In the past few days, he had also expended a lot of golden body forging, and his golden body forging had once again fallen below 200 million. My storage space has increased to 1,000 cubic meters, but it's empty. Fong Ping sighed inwardly. What do I need this big space for? I've spent hundreds of billions of wealth points to upgrade it to 1,000 cubic meters. What am I going to pretend for? This won't do. It's so empty. We have to fill it up. Fong Ping made up his mind. After thinking for a while, he said, 12th of September. It'll be night by the time we get back to Magic City. It was the 13th of September. He would enter the Magic City catacombs on the 15th of August. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. But this month, we haven't made much progress. We can't go on like this. 1 month. How long had it been? Mentality was only 2,199 hertz. Vitality was only 17,888 calories. At this rate, it would take more than half a year to achieve upper stage rank 7. At this moment, if there were other people here, they would probably curse. You're only 20 years old, a middle stage rank 7 with a golden body. You think it's slow? But these people were not normal people. Wang Jinyang said seriously, it's a little slow. After I entered rank 7, I realized that the speed of mentality cultivation is very slow. Although my vitality is strong, and after mentality-vitality fusion, vitality can train mentality. But after this month, my mentality has only barely reached 1,100 hertz. If I want to reach middle stage, I'll have to wait until next year. Li Hansong said gloomily, it's slow. I'm about the same as Old Wang. Old Yao is already middle stage rank 7. He's much faster than us. Yao, Qingjuan's mentality had materialized because he was rank 5. His mentality had always been his strength. Now he had broken through 2,000 hertz and entered middle stage rank 7. Still, Yao Chengjun said, actually I've slowed down too. Besides, my golden body strength is not as strong as yours. Although the minister gave me a golden body fruit, the degree of golden body that I've forged is very weak. My skull hasn't been honed either. If we really compare, I probably won't break through to rank 8 as fast as Ironhead. They looked at each other and nodded in unison. This could not go on. It had been almost a month. This speed of improvement was too slow. Beside them, Qin Fengqing was invisible. I was too embarrassed to speak. They were all high ranks. I was only peak rank 6. When will the Forbidden City War start? I'm not sure. Do you want to go to the sacred battleground first? Fong Ping had just opened his mouth when Old Wang said immediately, don't! If you cause trouble in the sacred battleground at this time and delay the Forbidden City War, the minister will never forgive you. They've been preparing for the Forbidden City War for some time. You've ruined it. Think about the consequences yourself. Fong Ping said gloomily, what do you mean I ruined it? King Huai wants to kill you the moment he sees you. If he kills you the moment he sees you in the Forbidden City, that's even worse. Sigh. Fong Ping let out a long sigh. In this big world, in the land of 2 realms, there's actually no place for me anymore. Then should we go to the bounded zones in advance? Wang Jinyang pondered for a moment, saying, it's better not to go in advance. If we go in advance, we'll cause a huge commotion in the Shishan catacombs. This place is adjacent to the Forbidden City War. If a battle between the sacred battleground breaks out, that won't be good. Either we go after the Forbidden City War ends, or we go at the same time. They fight their battles, we find ours. Fong Ping looked indignant. Old Wang was saying this now. If we go, a battle between the sacred battleground will break out. What are you thinking? Then we can only wait until the Forbidden City War starts or ends before we can go. Yes. Then what do we do next? Fong Ping said helplessly, if we go to the catacombs, we're afraid of causing trouble. But if we don't go, how can we improve our strength quickly? I think this Forbidden City war will only start after a while. We can't just sit around these days. Beside them, Qin Fengqing finally had a use for his skills. He quickly interrupted, saying, I know a good place. Guys, how about we take advantage of this time to do something? You're a bandit? Do you want to do something no matter where you go? Fang Ping glared at him. You don't deserve to be an instructor in MCMAU. You're a disgrace to the school. Qin Fengqing ignored him and chuckled. This time I'm not a bandit. I'm a good guy. Do you remember when I made deals with the evil sect martial artists? At that time, I killed some catacombs martial artists and sold the hearts of the evil sect martial artists in the black market. Later, that black market was wiped out. But it's not like there were no traces left. I met some casual martial artists at that black market. Recently, someone contacted me and said that a black market has opened up again. Fang Ping, this must be the evil sect's black market. Let's go and get rid of them. Not only will we do a good deed and kill the evil sect martial artists, we can also gain something. Don't forget, at the beginning of the year, you were almost killed. After that, the vice-chancellor killed some of the evil sect's high ranks, but you didn't personally take revenge. Are you going to let it go just like that? Fang Ping muttered, It's a small black market. How much money can there be? A bunch of black markets that target the 3 lower ranks. There are also 3 middle ranks. That's not a lot of money. Fang Ping waved his hand. Actually, we won't get anything good by wiping out the black market. Besides, what we need is not this bit of extra income, but to find powerhouses to fight. Not to mention, it's still necessary to get rid of some evil sect martial artists. Cleaning up these fellows on a regular basis is also something that every department does. Actually, I've always been curious about who the evil sect's boss is. It's at least a rank 9 martial artist. As for Sino Nation, excluding ex-king, there are only 35 rank 9 martial artists. Among the 8 people in Stellar Sky City, 3 of them are on the list. That's a total of 40 rank 9s. Sino Nation has a total of 40 rank 9s. This target group is not big, but as mentioned before, the evil sect is global. However, Sino Nation is also a major area for evil sect activities. There should be rank 9s operating here too. Why don't you guys guess, among the 40 rank 9s, who is the boss of the Sino Nation region? Or maybe there's even a paragon as the boss. Not interested. Li Hansong was not very interested. He said, why don't we rest for a few days and cultivate on our own? When the Forbidden City War starts, we'll gather again. Fang Ping saw that they were not interested. It seemed that only Qin Fengqing was interested. Suddenly his interest waned. He said, forget it then. The evil sect doesn't seem to be showing up recently. Let's not care about them. If Qin Fengqing is interested, he can go and take down the black market himself. It just so happens that if those resurrected martial artists from Stellar Sky City come, I can still make arrangements in the university. As they chatted, they arrived at Magic City at night. Halfway there, Old Wang had already run away. In this regard, Fang Ping felt that it was still necessary to persuade Old Wang. NMAU was so weak, he might as well give up. Of course, he knew that Old Wang would not agree. He still had feelings for NMAU. Moreover, if Fang Ping really persuaded Old Wang to give up NMAU, Zhang Dingnan, the governor, would fight Fang Ping to the death. September 13th. MCMAU knew that Fang Ping had returned. There was no other reason. On the southern area's crystal tower, there was an additional figure. The sun had just risen. Fang Ping stood on the top of the crystal tower, looking around. Not long after, Wu Quishin's figure flashed, and he asked, "How's the harvest in Stellar Sky City?" "Not much." Fang Ping smiled. "Vice-Chancellor, have the arrangements been made in Skygate City?" "Almost." Old Huang suggested that we let the new students go to Skygate City to have a look. What do you think? Let the new students enter the catacombs? Fang Ping hesitated for a moment. Very quickly he nodded. Okay, it's good to bring them there. I originally wanted to let the new students wait a little longer, but now that there are no enemies in Skygate City, they can still enter. We can also let them know that MCMAU has fought in Skygate City for many years, and there are countless casualties. Fang Yuan, should we not let her enter? Wu Quishan asked. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. Vice-Chancellor, you're the Vice-Chancellor. Do you have to ask me for everything? Those who don't know might think that I've made you a figurehead. Wu Quishan said faintly, isn't that so? Fang Ping's expression was solemn. He said resolutely, absolutely not. Then build me a crystal pagoda that's even taller than yours. Fang Ping. Fang Ping now completely understood what it meant to be an old fox. Before he could speak, Old Wu said again, otherwise the school won't think so. The outside world won't think so either. Now I'm embarrassed to go out. If I go out, people will say, Yo, Old Wu, I heard you've resigned from MCMAU? Wu Quishan sighed. I can't afford to lose face like that. I can't say anything about it. Don't you think so? Fang Ping's expression darkened. He said dryly, then what you mean is MCMAU's mineral veins are not suitable for building crystal towers. Your place is bigger. Build more. I think, for the high-ranked ones, one for each person. That way you won't be too conspicuous, too ostentatious. Fang Ping looked sad. I want to be conspicuous. I want to be ostentatious. Old Wu actually wanted to freeload off his energy mine. Did the school not have one? Was there a need to do this? He did not speak. Old Wu said again, also, you mentioned earlier that there are resurrected high-ranked martial artists coming. If that's the case, we should also give them the corresponding courtesy. You should understand the principle of 1,000 gold for a horse's bones. A crystal tower is actually not much. However, a crystal tower built on the mineral veins, a crystal tower that can accelerate cultivation, other than MCMAU, no one else can afford it. Don't forget, there are actually only a group of resurrected martial artists in Star City, not all of them. In the outside world, there are still some who have returned to the sect. As for the sects, they can still be absorbed. If you can hook up those old antiques in the sect world, even Minister Zhang will praise you for your meritorious service. These old antiques are actually more difficult to deal with, but now it's actually difficult for them to cultivate. Some people's condition has deteriorated greatly. In the sect world, there are old antiques who are not resurrected, but there are also high-ranked resurrected ones. Their strength is still not weak. If we really count the high-ranked people in the sect world, I'm afraid there will not be less than 50 people. Some sects only have 2 or 3 people in a sect. The number of middle and low-ranked martial artists is not even as many as the high-ranked ones. These high-ranked ones have nothing better to do. They would rather sleep than come out. Fang Ping said tiredly, I understand what you mean. Using the mineral veins to lure these people to take the bait, right? That's right. They might not be willing to go to the government, but if they come to MCMAU to teach, I think there is still hope. Wu Quishan laughed. Don't you want a school to suppress a catacomb? If you are not at the pinnacle, can you suppress a catacomb? But if there are close to 100 high-rank people in a school, if there are more than 10 rank 9 people, then there's hope to suppress a catacomb. There are only 12 cities left in the Magic City catacombs, 24 rank 9s. Even if there are no pinnacles, it is not impossible for us to suppress a catacomb. Fang Ping, you can only gain if you give up. Fang Ping sighed again and said, How many towers do you want to build? This mineral vein of yours is less than 100 meters long. However, it can guide the energy and spread it to the surroundings. It doesn't have to rely on your side. MCMAU's mineral vein will also guide the energy. Wu Quishan laughed. I calculated it. 30 should be enough. This will also be a symbol of MCMAU in the future. Think about it. One tower, one high-ranked. What a sight! Can other places do it? When MCMAU's 30 crystal towers are built, there will be high-ranked martial artists stationed there. MCMAU's prestige will be enough to make it famous in the world. Fong Ping was quite excited when he heard that. After he was done, he said, "Vice-Chancellor, shouldn't Skygate City's name be changed?" When Wu Quishan heard that, he cursed in his heart. "Kid, you're giving me your conditions. You actually want the right to name it Shameless." Although he was cursing, Wu Quishan still smiled. "What name do you think is suitable?" "Ping City." Fong Ping had mentioned it once in Nanjiang. No one paid attention to him. Now, the city that MCMAU had conquered by itself was good enough, right? Ping City, change it. Wu Quishan felt that this name was too straightforward. Even a fool would know that it was Fong Ping who came up with it. Was he shameless? "Then, Fong, you're not allowed to use your own name. Devil City, is that okay?" Fong Ping rolled his eyes. "Magic City Catacombs City, MCMAU City. What do you think?" Wu Quishan thought for a moment and replied, "Okay. Devil City will be Devil City, although it feels a little like a villain." Fong Ping ignored him. "I'm someone who's determined to be a Devil King. How am I a villain? Devil King City is better, but it's too straightforward. Devil City is better." After discussing these, Wu Quishan asked again, "How many people can come from Polaris City?" "I really don't know. Vice-Chancellor, you'll know when you go. If you go personally, you're giving them enough face. A rank 9 powerhouse, personally inviting them is much better than me. A rank 7. 12 high ranks. Not too many, just half will do." Wu Quishan was quite concerned about this matter. After asking for a while and understanding the situation, he did not delay and quickly used flight step to leave. If MCMAU could really pull this group of people over, their strength would skyrocket again. Even if they were not allowed to go to the catacombs, it would be enough just to watch over the school. September 15th. Something that shocked the outside world happened. On this day, MCMAU's school gates opened wide to welcome the new instructors. Under normal circumstances, the induction of MCMAU's instructors would not cause much of a commotion. Even if a rank 6 instructor came, they would just organize an internal welcome ceremony. This time, however, MCMAU made a big fuss and the standards were extremely high. They even invited a few deputy ministers of the Education Ministry to participate in the welcome ceremony. There was no other reason. The instructors who came this time were really strong. All 3 rank 8 powerhouses came. Monk Hui Hong, Guoshanquan, Scholar Zihu Guanfu, Xianqing, Mei Feng. The arrival of the 3 rank 8s instantly blew up the whole country. Other than the 3 rank 8 powerhouses, there were also 2 rank 7 powerhouses. This time, not all of the 12 high ranks came. Fong Ping was not surprised that some chose to stay in Polaris City in the end. 2 rank 7 powerhouses, 1 male and 1 female. The male was called Fan Hua, and the female was Liang Yuqin. These were also their real names. The 5 high ranks who came did not use the names from their past lives. Let go of the past and start afresh. This was the only thought that the few high-ranked powerhouses had before they came. If it were not for their own survival, they would not have walked out of Polaris City. Other than the 5 high ranks, this time there were also 5 rank 6 martial artists who came with them. It was just that they did not attract too much attention. If it were any other time, 5 rank SXs might be enough to shock people. On this day, MCMAU raised many crystal towers. The 5 high-ranked powerhouses were stationed in 5 of the towers. Because of this, the number of MCMAU high-ranked powerhouses broke through the double digits, becoming 13 people. Everyone in the outside world knew that Luo Yichuan, Su Giqing, and Zhang Jianhong had been in closed-door cultivation for many days. Before that, they were already at the Mentality Vitality Unity realm. Perhaps they would step into the Grandmaster realm soon. Besides that, the two deans, Qinzhenhua and Humingi, were also breaking through to the Mentality Vitality Unity realm with MCMAU support. June 9th, MCMAU's old vice-chancellor died in battle in the catacombs. At that time, MCMAU only had 3 Grandmaster powerhouses left. Rank 8 Wu Quishan, rank 7 Lu Polu and Huangjing. There was no one at the Mentality Vitality Unity realm. September 10th, MCMAU had 13 Grandmaster level powerhouses in more than a year. Rank 9 Wu Quishan, rank 8 Li Changsheng, Guoshengquan, Guanfu and Meilingfeng, rank 7 Lu Polu, Huangjing, Lu Fengru, Tangfeng, Fangping, Lihansong, Fanhua, and Liang Yuqin. When the news spread, there was no one who was not shocked. Even Zhang Tao was a little surprised. This kid Fangping was really good at deceiving people. He actually tricked 5 high-ranked powerhouses to go to MCMAU. The most important thing was the owner of the Hall of Myriad Origins, Yao Qingjun, this good-for-nothing, did not even get one. He heard that FMS's vice-chancellor, Nan Yunping, hung Yao Qingjun in the cultivation room and beat him up. He did not know whether it was true or not. Old Zhang felt a little regretful. It was too far away, and his mentality was too exhausted. Otherwise, it would have been nice to watch the show. September 15th. Old Zhang regretted that he did not get to see a good show. On the same day, the 2 presidents of the Martial Arts Association also wanted to cry, but had no tears. All of a sudden, there were 5 more powerhouses not on the ranking list. The Martial Arts Association's phone was about to explode with calls. Many Grandmasters did not know about these people and did not know what was going on. They did not stop scolding these 2. If they had known that there were so many powerhouses living in seclusion, they would have struck first and gained the upper hand. MCMAU would not have gotten their turn. Not long after they had dealt with those Grandmasters, MCMAU also called the Martial Arts Association to update the ranking list as soon as possible and let 5 new Grandmasters enter the ranking list. 5 high ranks. If they did not come out of retirement, they would be high ranks. If they came out of retirement, it meant that they had the heart to contribute to mankind. That was a Grandmaster. If that was the case, of course, the 5 Grandmasters had to enter the Grandmaster ranking list. Not only did they have to enter the ranking list, but they also had to be ranked at the top. According to the person on the other end of the phone, the 3 big rank 8 powerhouses were powerhouses who had comprehended the path of origin. Such powerhouses could be in the top 10 of rank 8 no matter what. It would be best if they could be in the top 5. The first place was Old Li, and the 3 behind him were the 3 of them. MCMAU would dominate the rank 8 ranking list. When the 2 presidents heard his request, they almost died of anger. What rank do you want us to be? Why don't you be the president? Recently, the Martial Arts Association had a bad year. There were a lot of troublesome things. Vice President Liu had said a few sweet words to an old lady at home. Who knew which wicked person had overheard it and spread it? If word got out, President Liu would be too ashamed to face anyone. Recently, President Liu had been paranoid. He always felt that someone was eavesdropping on him. When he got home, he did not dare to make a sound. As for who was eavesdropping and who spread it, old Liu had a rough idea. He just could not be sure. The minister could not be so tasteless and boring, right? I did not offend him. However, if it was not a paragon, even if it was a rank 9, he should have noticed something if someone was eavesdropping on him. Yet there was none. How could it be Commander Li? However, it was hard to say. Did Commander Li not threaten him during the ranking list back then? Sigh, what a bad year. Maybe it's really Commander Li. But aren't you higher than Minister Zhang in our ranking list? President Liu let out a long sigh in his heart. There was no way he could continue being this lousy president position. Each and every one of them threatened him every day. The ranking list was not something that he could rank however he wanted. I gave it to them to see for themselves, but each of them pretended not to care. When he sent it to the military department, Commander Li said it was up to him. When he sent it to the education department, Minister Zhang also said he did not care about empty titles. If he really did not care, when we ranked the two guardians in front of us, I did not see any of your expressions, did you? Hypocrites. It must be one of these two who did it. The stronger they are, the more hypocritical, the more wretched they are, the more shameless they are. When old Lu hung up the phone, he cursed many people in his heart. Each and every one of them was like this. How many people had he been threatened by? MCMAU had the most. Wu Quishan, that old thing, actually asked him to rank him in front of the Dragon King. Wu Chuan, that old thing too, insisting that he was better than Zhang Weiyu. Tian Mu, that old fart, was actually unwilling to be ranked behind a rank 9. There was also Li Changsheng, Fang Ping. Each and every one of them was like this. There was also Lu Fengru. Last time, she also threatened him not to rank Fang Ping in front of her. If you threaten me again, I will publicize all of your scandals. President Lu made up his mind again. When the time comes, he would expose your true colors. He would let outsiders know what a group of paragons, a group of grandmasters were like. The stronger they were, the more shameless they were. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website. Chapter 654. Due to the arrival of the 5 grandmasters, MCMAU was in an uproar for a few days. While MCMAU was still immersed in the grandmaster's arrival, and the number of high ranks had broken through to double digits. Capital City. Forbidden City. At this moment, the Forbidden City was completely closed to the public. In the depths of a side hall, Zhang Tao looked at the huge map in front of him. He was no longer as friendly as he usually was. After a while, he said solemnly, there are a total of 12 cities in the 18 southern regions. 6 Monster Plant Clan and 6 Monster Life Clan. Since this was a battle to destroy a domain, there was no distinction between the Demon Plant and Demon Life branches. Our opponents are very strong, perhaps even stronger than the southern sky territory of the 11 southern regions. Beside him, Li Deong said solemnly, he'll definitely become stronger. The commander said that this time the Forbidden Zone wouldn't just stand by and watch. Tiannan's Catacombs' great victory previously had already made the restricted area feel that something was amiss. The Magic City Catacombs had once again annihilated Sky Gate City. The number of rank 9 powerhouses in the restricted area was not limitless. So many rank 9s have died in battle one after another. The restricted zone will definitely send someone over this time. Zhang Tao nodded slightly and said, that's right. The battle in Tiannan was an accident. In the battle in Demonic Capital, although the ones who died were the powerhouses under King Huai's command, it also put pressure on the other true monarchs. If the Battle of Tiannan was a gamble, then the Battle of Demonic City was only a local war, and it also had the nature of a gamble. The Forbidden Catacombs must be stable. You can't gamble on a war every single time. The Battle of the Forbidden Catacombs was initiated by Sino Nation. It was a large-scale war initiated by them. They couldn't gamble with their lives in this battle. As Zhang Tao spoke, he said, currently 3 rank 9s have been recruited from Stellar Sky City. Jiang Yuanhua will be participating in the war, and the other 2 will replace the 2 rank 9s to oversee a region. I'm planning to transfer Zhongzhou's catacombs, Zhao, Xingwu, and Magic City's catacombs, fan-hyping to replace them with the 2 from Polaris City. In addition, Zhang Weiyu, the Guardian of the West, Wu Chuan, the Guardian of the South, and Wang Yu, the Northern Spear King. Also, Elder Nan will also take action at the crucial moment. After Zhang Tao revealed the names of these people, Wang Qinghai, who was standing behind him, exclaimed in astonishment, they've turned out in full force in the top 10 of the rank 9 Grandmaster ranking in China, except for the 4 Peerless Masters. 5th, Nan Yunyue. 6th, Zhang Weiyu. 7th, Wu Chuan. 9th, Zhao Xingwu. 10th, Wang Yu. Apart from the 8th ranked Kong Lingyuan, who was still recuperating, everyone else would be participating in this battle. Such a lineup was shocking. Before Zhang Tao could finish, he continued, "Diong, you have to fight in this battle as well. In addition, Guo Xian and Tian Mu from the military will also participate. Li Daong, 11th on the rank, 9 ranking list. Fan Haiping, Magic City's old fan, 15th on the rank, 9 ranking list. After obtaining the divine weapon, Tian Mu was ranked 26th on the rank, 9 ranking list. Guo Xian was currently ranked last on the list, 36th. Li Daong nodded. In this way, including Jiang Yuanhua, there were already 10 rank 9s. But this was not all. Zhang Tao continued, the Northern Guardian Mansion. Shen Mingwei, the head of the Shin family, will fight. The head of the Qin family, Qin Haodong of the Eastern Guardian Mansion, stepped forward. Dragon King Linlong, the commander of the Yuan Army of the Ministry of Education, Bei Gongyan, the commander of the State Garrison Army of the Department of Investigation. Zhong Qinghuan. Wang Qinghai suddenly said, "Minister, wait, who's going to fight?" Zhang Tao glanced at him and said lightly, "Do you have any questions?" "No doubt about it," Minister Wang replied bluntly. Then he grinned and said, "Commander Zhong is coming? I haven't seen him for a long time. It's been a few years. Ever since he entered rank 9, he's been elusive. Isn't the National Garrison Army wiping out evil sects and searching for the seed of rebirth? I thought Commander Zhong wouldn't be coming. I didn't expect. Beside him, Li Daong glanced at him and said, "You want to hit on her? She's an old pepper. I heard that she had a heated argument with Mayor Nan before, for the position of the director of the Department of Investigation. Both of them started cursing in the office. Are you sure you can handle it?" Minister Wang laughed dryly. "Why would I? Aren't we old friends? I just haven't seen her for a long time. I just wanted to ask. Daong, I heard that you've been thinking about her too. Is that true?" Li Daong ignored him. Zhang Tao knew a lot of secrets. He said nonchalantly, "Many people are thinking about her. Didn't Wu Chuan call her a few days ago to harass her?" Other than Wu Chuan, Bei Gongyan, Linlong, and Zhang Weiyu seem to have some ideas. "Save it, you guys. She's not easy to deal with. I heard that she's having an affair with Li Zhen." Li Daong's expression was stiff. "Minister, you can't just say things like that," Zhang Tao snorted and said disdainfully. "I'm saying things like that? If she's not having an affair, why would Li Zhen, a commander of the military department, have a discussion with the National Garrison Army of the Department of Investigation? If she's having an affair, then so be it. Why would she block my mentality? If that's not guilty conscience, then what is?" Li Daong's expression was extremely stiff. "You're in the right to eavesdrop. It's fine if you eavesdrop on others, but you even eavesdrop on Li Zhen. It'd be strange if he didn't block you. Just because he blocked you, she's having an affair with someone else? Your logic is invincible." Zhang Tao laughed again. "There aren't many women in rank 9. Nan Yunyue, Zhong Qinghuan, and Xie Yifan. Just these 3. Nan Yunyue is too old. Zhong Qinghuan and Xie Yifan are a little younger. It's normal for a group of bachelors like you to have your eyes on them." Li Daong and the others looked unhappy. Minister Wang coughed softly. "Minister, I heard that you sent flowers to Minister Xia a few years ago, but was rejected?" Zhang Tao's expression did not change. He said calmly, "Sent flowers? You guys really know how to make connections. How old am I?" "I'm almost 90. After Pingping's grandmother passed away, I lost the thought." "Is that considered sending flowers?" "That's the flower of origin born by a rank 9 monster plant. Xie Yifan is not in her right mind. I'm sending flowers for her to comprehend the origin. But she actually rejected me." Zhang Tao shook his head and said helplessly, "Women, no matter what age they are, still like to think too much." Then he changed the topic. "I don't know if Xie Yifan can make it back in time this time. She went to support Will Lawson. There's a riot over there. If she makes it back in time, The 3 female rank 9s will all be here. Everyone stopped teasing him. If they really pissed off old Zhang, they could forget about having a good life in the future. Li Daong calculated for a while and said, "If Minister Xie doesn't come back, then there'll be 15 rank 9s. Chief Nan and the rest are powerful. The top 10 can easily take on 2 at once. Minister Nan is about to break through. The moment he breaks through, killing 3 to 5 people might not be a problem. However, there are 24 rank 9s in the Forbidden Catacombs, including the restricted area's reinforcements. There might be more than 30. Minister, if you want to play it safe, it's still not enough. There were 36 rank 9s on the list. In reality, there were 35. The Chen and Xin families in Stellar Sky City had both rank 9s on the list. This time, there were 3 reinforcements, so there were 38 people. Other than the Forbidden Catacombs, there were still 23 catacombs in Sino Nation. These 15 people were almost at their limit. Even if Xie Yifan, who went to support other countries, came back, she might not be able to participate in this battle. Zhang Tao inhaled softly and said in a low voice, 15 people. This is much stronger than the last Tian'an battle, not only in terms of numbers, but also in terms of individual strength. However, you're right. 15 people against at least 30. In the last Tian'an battle, the Monster Plant Monster and Monster Life clan were not on good terms. Some people from Monster Life clan even avoided the battle. This time, many people from the restricted area should be coming, including the leaders of the 2 parties who led this battle. However, if we transfer more people, it will seriously affect the other catacombs. Once we lose the rank 9s to hold down the fort, there will be no way to suppress the riots in the nearby cities. Even delaying it will be difficult. Why don't we ask for help from the other big holy lands? Minister Wang had just said this when Zhang Tao waved his hand and said, "They are under more pressure than we are." What they mean is that now is not the time to start a large-scale war. A few old things even advised me not to act rashly at this time. Zhang Tao then said, Tian'an catacombs can be guarded without rank 9s. Send a few more rank 8s. This way, when Xie Yifan comes back, she can participate in the Forbidden City battle. Minister Wang hesitated for a moment, but still said there has just been a battle in Magic City catacombs. Monster Sunflower City has suffered heavy losses. They might not start a war at this time. Old Man Fan is here. I think we can let Li Chongsheng guard Magic City catacombs and send Vice-Chancellor Wu to participate in the battle. Li Daong said straightforwardly, Li Chongsheng doesn't need it. Don't MCMAU have 3 rank 8 resurrected martial artists? Let the 3 of them guard Magic City catacombs. No matter what rank, 8 martial artists who have comprehended the origin won't be too weak. If the 3 of them join forces, they should be able to guard Magic City catacombs, right? Let Wu Quishan and Li Chongxing enter Capital City to participate in the battle. Now we have 2 more rank 9s. Zhang Tao frowned slightly. MCMAU has just ended the Skygate battle. Li Chongxing consumes his vitality every time he fights. Wu Quishan is also in a period of rapid improvement. Everyone fell silent. MCMAU participated in the battle one after another. In this year, there were countless big and small battles. Wu Quishan almost died in the battle in Tian'an. After that, he fought another big battle in Magic City. Li Chongsheng also almost died in the battle in Nanjiang. Such frequent battles were rare even among high-ranked martial artists. However, there were only 15 rank 9s that Sino Nation could mobilize now. Including Xie Yifan's return, there were only 16. If there were 2 more, the situation would improve a lot. If the Forbidden Catacombs were destroyed, then Sino Nation's situation would improve. More than half of the tens of thousands of Wuhan military could be freed to fight in other catacombs. Among the 38,000 Wuhan military, there were dozens of high-ranked powerhouses. However, these people were now trapped in the Forbidden Catacombs and could not participate in the battles in other catacombs. The Education Ministry could only suppress this catacombs after decades of training. Minister Wang thought about it and said, "Then why don't we transfer Fang Ping over? Can't he restrain his aura? Let him bomb the city." Zhang Tao pressed his hands together and said he can't come. His trip this time is extremely dangerous. After the battle in Tianan, including the battle between kings, some of his characteristics have already been known by the restricted area. This time, the people from the restricted area might set up an ambush to kill him. If Fang Ping dies in battle here, no matter how great the victory in the Forbidden Catacombs is, it will not be worth it. This is also the reason why I don't want to recruit MCMAU's people, Zhang Tao sighed. If we recruit MCMAU's powerhouses, he might take the opportunity to rush over and blend in. This kid is a troublemaker. If he comes, there might be accidents. Everyone laughed. Minister Wang said again, but MCMAU still has many rank 7 powerhouses. Don't tell me they won't be recruited for this big battle? This includes Wang Jinyang, Li Hansong, Yao Qingjun, and a few others. Although they have just entered rank 7, their combat strength is quite strong. If they participate in the rank 7 battle, they might have unexpected gains. Also, Fang Ping's materialized objects are extremely powerful. I heard that they are all constructed from imperishable substances. Rich bastard! Li Daong suddenly cursed. Everyone looked at him. You actually know how to curse? Li Daong was a little embarrassed. He had just blurted it out. Sorry, he could not hold it in. However, a rank 7 martial artist constructed a materialized object using imperishable substances. What a rich bastard. He was extremely envious and jealous. He was not the only one. Were these guys not the same? Minister Wang also ignored him. Despicable people were actually jealous of a young man. Did they have no shame? I am not jealous. Yes, not at all. I just want to rob him, that's all. Ignoring Li Daong, Minister Wang continued. Fang Ping's materialized objects are powerful. If he appears on the battlefield and grasps the timing well, he might even be able to stop 7 or 8 rank 7 martial artists at once. If he can get rid of these people quickly, they can join the rank 8 battlefield. Zhang Tao waved his hand again. I said he will be targeted and targeted. If he appears on the battlefield again, there will be rank 8s and even rank 9s who will attack him soon. After the Magic City battle, his trump cards were almost exposed. The rank 8 who escaped from Monster Sunflower City has already reported what happened that day to the restricted area. Therefore, even if he comes, the most he can do is stop a rank 9 and then be killed by the rank 9. The restricted area will not give him another chance to kill those rank 7 martial artists. Everyone felt a little regretful. This was the truth. Some of Fang Ping's situation was now known by the restricted area. If he appeared in the catacombs again, he would definitely be targeted. 15 rank 9s, Chief Nan, and the rest are extremely powerful. They might win. Zhang Tao said this, but he was frowning slightly. Winning did not mean there would be no losses. If too many rank 9s died in this battle, then the losses would outweigh the gains. However, manpower was indeed limited. Should Wu Quishan and Li Changxing be enlisted? Wu Quishan's ability was much stronger than before. He heard that Fang Ping had passed the Celestial Gate tree to him again, and lent him to reforge a rank 9 divine weapon. It was slightly stronger than the upgraded rank 8 divine weapon from before. The origin path had also improved a lot. Now, it would not be difficult for Wu Quishan to kill a rank 9 without a rank 9 divine weapon. Li Changxing also had the combat strength to kill a rank 9. Both of them had rank 9 divine weapons. If they joined forces, their ability would not be weaker than the last few rank 9 ranked in the top 10. Zhang Tao thought for a while and did not mention this again. Instead, he continued, recruit 30 rank 8 martial artists from the country. There are 5 rank 8s here in Wuhan military. Together with a few from the ministry and a few from the military department, we will make up to 40 rank 8 martial artists. There are only 35 rank 8 martial artists in the Forbidden Catacombs. From the restricted area, there will not be many rank 8s. Their ability is about the same. As for the rank 7s, the Yuan military and the ministry can also gather 40 people. Recruiting 60 people or 100 people should be enough. Although there are many rank 7s in the catacombs, don't forget that most of our people now have divine weapons. Their combat strength is stronger. The situation is much better than before. Everyone calculated for a while. In this way, there would be more than 150 high-ranked powerhouses participating in the battle. Compared to the last battle in Tianan, more people were mobilized and stronger. Divine weapons were fully equipped. There were even more rank 8s and 9s. As Zhang Tao did not mention anything about MCMAU, Minister Wang thought for a while and still said vaguely, "That kid Fang Ping is not here." "I feel a little unsafe." Zhang Tao's expression darkened. He said lightly, "You think Fang Ping is more reliable than me?" That guy was only a rank 7. How could he be reliable? When the time comes, I will still be at Mount Royal Sea. That's not what I mean. The key is that kid has a lot of good stuff. We can't dig them out normally, but when the battle starts and he sees that we have casualties, that kid will also throw out the good stuff. Do you know how much life essence he has, Minister? Do you know how many imperishable crystals he gave to MCMAU last time? Usually this kid hides it very well. Minister, you've robbed him a few times. He might hold a grudge and take revenge on you sooner or later. When the battle starts, that kid won't have so many ideas, Zhang Tao snorted. Do you think I'm afraid of him holding a grudge? What a joke! Who was the martial king? Even if Fang Ping had reached the peak, he would still have to hold it in. How could he be afraid of Fang Ping? Then are you sure you won't recruit MCMAU people? It depends on the situation and the situation. If trouble really happens at this crucial time, Zhang Tao calculated for a while and said, then recruit MCMAU people, especially Fang Ping. Throw them into the catacombs and lure 8 or 10 rank 9s away. Maybe there's a chance. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lure 8 or 10 rank 9s away. What was the minister thinking? Zhang Tao rubbed his chin and said, he and King Huai have a deep grudge. King Huai's 2 plans were ruined by him. He can't wait to kill him. King Huai commands the Forbidden Catacombs. At this crucial time, his archenemy has come. If Fang Ping provokes him a few more times, how can he not be angry? Also, this time if people come from the restricted zone, some of those high-ranking brats from the King battleground might come too. In the Outland, these people are the masters. If the master wants to kill Fang Ping, will those people not listen? It's not impossible for Fang Ping to lure 8 or 10 rank 9s away. If it really comes to that, won't he be dead meat? That's not necessarily true. If this kid can really run to the bounded zone or hide his aura and find a place to hide, it'll be very difficult to find him. Zhang Tao laughed and said, of course, we won't do that unless it's a crucial moment. If it really doesn't work, let him curse at the passageway entrance. I'll help him amplify his voice. It's good to disturb people's minds. At most, after he's done cursing, let him leave the passageway. Don't say this trick might work. In a battle between powerhouses, once the mentality is unstable, it'll be a mess. After saying that, Zhang Tao said again, go and find out what Fang Ping has been doing recently. During the battle, keep a close eye on him. Don't let him run around and cause riots in other catacombs. That'll be troublesome. Okay. Minister Wang responded. After that, he felt a little awkward. This was strange. A battle involving a catacomb. Such a big matter. Why were we discussing a rank 7 martial artist? This time, the powerhouses involved rank 7 martial artists counted in the hundreds. Rank 8s might be in the hundreds. There were dozens of rank 9s. They did not care about those rank 9s. Instead, they were discussing a rank 7 martial artist, just as they were discussing what Fong Ping was doing. "McMao." Old Man Li looked at Fong Ping with a face full of shock. He murmured, "What are you doing?" Fong Ping said in a low voice, "This time, I'm going to do something big." "Kid, what's up with you?" Old Man Li was going crazy. "Tell me, how much imperishable substance do you have?" "It's fine if you use imperishable substance to create the materialization core. Now, you want to use imperishable substance to build an entire city. Do you know how much imperishable substance this will consume?" "Kid, even if it's a waste, you shouldn't waste it like this. You're only a rank 7. No matter how strong the materialization is, it can only trap a rank 8 at most. But you have so much imperishable substance. Once it's consumed on the materialization, it's the kind that can't be recycled. It's a waste." Fong Ping nodded. "I know, but instructor, if I turn the entire Sun City into a golden city, do you think I can use it as a real cage city?" Fong Ping chuckled. "When the war starts, it's very difficult for me to trap a rank 9. It's actually difficult for a rank 8. But if I throw Golden City down, as long as it's within my coverage range, a rank 7 can forget about coming out if they're trapped inside. Isn't the Forbidden Catacombs going to have a big war? I've been thinking about it. I might join the war. After all, I, Fong Ping, cannot be separated from the war. I won't take care of the powerhouses, but those rank 7 martial artists, there are hundreds of them in each catacombs, right? My previous house was too small. Now that I've turned all the buildings into golden houses, won't I be able to trap them one by one? Once they're trapped, I'll drag them back and kill them slowly. Stop thinking about these useless things all day long." Old Man Li frowned. "You're wasting so much imperishable substance just to trap a rank 7? With so much imperishable substance, it's enough for you to quickly hone your golden body as a rank 8. It's more than enough to hone to peak rank 8. When you've reached peak rank 8 or even rank 9, killing a rank 9 is more worthwhile than killing dozens of rank 7. Martial arts cultivation is also about cost-effectiveness." "That's true." Fong Ping thought for a while and said, "But I have a lot of imperishable substance." "Forget it. Let's give it up for now. It's not enough to turn a small city into gold." Fong Ping sighed. Less than 200 million imperishable substance. If he spent all of it, there was no way he could completely turn a small city into a small city made of imperishable substance. He still had a long way to go. Without mentioning this matter again, Fong Ping asked again, "Instructor, has the minister enlisted MCMAU to join the war?" "No." "Does that mean he's not planning to enlist MCMAU?" "Maybe," Old Manly said and said, "Don't you have an endless supply of imperishable substance? Give me a little more. 30 to 50,000 won't be too little. I'll go to the Forbidden Catacombs for a walk." Fong Ping rolled his eyes. He knew now that he had spent 1,000 wealth points to condense a strand of imperishable substance that was only 1/10 of Yuan Li's destructive force. 10 strands were only 1 Yuan Li's power. 30 to 50,000. Wouldn't that be 3 to 500 million wealth points? That was a few trillion wealth points. 1 Yuan Li's power was comparable to 10 C celestiality and 5,000 calories vitality force. This referred to the degree of destructive power. A rank 8 powerhouse who had just entered rank 8 could only produce 10 Yuan Li's power. If it was divided according to the 9 forging golden body, the amount of imperishable substance that a 1 forging golden body could produce was only this much. It was considered a limit. Only when the forged golden body was stronger could it accommodate more imperishable substance. Old Man Li asked for tens of thousands. Fong Ping could not afford it even if he sold his entire fortune. What a black-hearted person. Thinking of this, Fong Ping felt a headache coming on to his future cultivation and recovery. 1 Yuanli's power would require 10,000 wealth points. According to theory, the upper limit that could be accommodated would increase at least 10 Yuanli's power. 9 forging was almost the upper limit of 100 Yuanli's power. 1 recovery would be 1,000,000 wealth points. This was not 1,000,000, it was 10 billion. In the future, a rank 7 divine weapon would only be enough for 1 recovery. It was too extravagant. No wonder rank 8 powerhouses nowadays were so cautious. It could not be helped. They did not have Fang Ping's ability. Even if Fang Ping spent his wealth points, he would need to spend the price of a rank 7 divine weapon to recover completely. They relied purely on the intertwining of their golden body, mentality, and vitality force to produce a little. If they depleted their imperishable substance, the difficulty of recovery would be at least 10 times higher than Fang Ping's. The price of dozens of divine weapons. There were a lot of poor rank 8 ghosts. Who could afford it? Fang Ping ignored Old Man Li. He thought for a while and said, "Instructor, you said that I should go to the Shishan catacombs now to inspect the situation of the freshman's cultivation arcane realm. Can I go in and inspect the Shishan catacombs?" Inspection. Yes. Old Man Li was speechless. Do you think I'll believe you? Do you think the Shishan catacombs will believe you? Fang Ping, the Forbidden City battle is not far away. Don't cause trouble for everyone. Fang Ping felt tired. How am I causing trouble? These people are saying that I'm causing trouble now. I've always been the one who has contributed, okay? Each and every one of them are afraid that something will happen to me. I'm just going to the bounded domain. I'm going to the bounded domain to take a look. If there's anything good, I'll bring it back. If there's nothing good, I'll leave. It'll only take 1 or 2 days to go back and forth. What are you guys thinking? Besides, the Forbidden Catacombs and the Shishan Catacombs are on the other side. I'm not going to the other side. I'll go to the side that's adjacent to the Trichine Catacombs, okay? Then I can't not go to the catacombs, can I? Instructor, I'll go to Shishan in 2 days. I heard that the Shishan Catacombs is the first catacombs discovered in Sino Nation. I'm quite interested in that side. The seniors of Guangxing Temple said that they discovered immortals. Guangxing Temple has a long history too. I've even seen the records of Guangxing Temple over at Polaris City. There were also people who participated in the battle 1,000 years ago. I'll go to Guangxing Temple to take a look, then Shishan to take a look. Maybe there will be some unexpected gains. Don't you think so? Old Man Li looked at him for a while. After a long while, he said, "You can try. I might not let you in." Fang Ping pursed his lips. How is that possible? I'm going to Shishan, not the Forbidden Catacombs. Is there any reason not to let the Martial Arts University Vice-Chancellor go to the catacombs? Please remember the domain name of this book, 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version.